Hawk and J.
Jigga Jay-Z, baby.
Hawk and J. Yes, ah.
Jay.
Yeah, probably Jay-Z.
Love Pac, but it's not close.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's close. Like I was listening to Jay-Z on a workout the other day. It was like, whew, man, yikes. Catalog is deep.
I was
deep.
I played,
everybody. Everybody is in Ramsey and Ramsey and Manny.
Warren in the house. I played
What's up, Rich?
Just to get like a vibe, because I knew the words in the song, or I kind of remembered them, but I was like, man, maybe I'm missing something. So I played Where the Hood At yesterday. Like, whoa, that first verse. Jesus.
Them first couple of lines was like, hey, DMX, chill. Like,
yeah,
what
X,
is wrong
X,
with
calm
you?
Calm down, X, calm down.
Yeah, I was like, no,
we didn't have to do all that.
Gonna go to the next song.
We did not have to do all that, X.
Yeah, that was I hadn't heard that song in a while.
Right.
Where the hood? Like, oh, this is nasty. And then he starts the verse. It was like,
oh yeah, he did say that. Oh okay. yeah, he did say that too. Yeah, that's in this verse as well. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just skip it. We're on in a minute. I feel like something.
T Green, like Bryce
going on with the stream.
Murph Dog.
And this thing is moving at a snail's pace. What's going on here? Normally, there's a lot more people in here by now. What's the deal? What's the deal, yo? What's the dilly? I just touched grounds down in Philly.
Oh,
yeah.
Bars.
That.
Bars. Is that Khloe Kardashian? I can't tell.
What you gonna do? Sooner or later.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
The show is preparing to begin.
One of my guilty pleasures, I think it's a great show.
Are you about to say Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
It's not a bad show. Not a bad show.
And we welcome you in here to a game day edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you are here with us. You can watch the show if you'd like, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. And you could always, hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. We welcome those listening on the radio. We welcome those listening on the Odyssey app. And we just appreciate everybody allowing us to spend part of your day with you here. As I mentioned, it's a game night, partner. Go ahead.
I know it's a game night, Damien. I know it's, but what happens? Oh, we do the show 5 days a week, probably at least 3 days. There's something that's said seconds before we go live.
And it's always by you. Every single time it's by you.
That comes up. And I was going to let it go to the break, but we got to address it now. So, because John, number one, I saw something on my TV, on my studio TV screen, and I was like, I got a guilty confessions. I said something about Khloe Kardashian, and because I thought it was her on the screen, I was like, I got a guilty confession. And Damien goes, what is it that you like Keeping Up with the Kardashians? And then the chat goes off and it's like, oh, Kenny, you like Keeping Up with the Kardashians? Oh, wow. Number one, that wasn't my confession. That's number one. Number two, Keeping Up with the Kardashians isn't a bad show. All right. It's not a bad show. All right. There's that. Then number three, I'll tell you the show on the break. But number three, John gets slick and says, oh, can you watch YouTube highlights of Keeping Up with the Kardashians? And now he loves it. Good line, right? Good line. Now, I will say this.
That is a great line.
Number one, I've never steered you guys wrong when it comes to YouTube highlights. I tell you, if the guy's nice, I tell you he's nice. Number two, it works both ways. I can see a YouTube highlight tape, be like, this dude ain't got it. No, thank you. And that's his highlight tape.
Who's the last player you looked at a highlight tape and went, ain't got it? What's the show? What are you talking about? You gonna wait till the break? What's the show? What's your guilty pleasure that you're leading off the Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC with? What is it? Ain't gonna leave me hanging for another 10 minutes. What is it?
Sex in the City. Sex in the City is a really good show. It's a really good show.
D-Lo in the chat house here on ESPN 1320. Again, it's on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to hang out, we'll talk Kings basketball today. We'll talk about drafting quarterbacks. We could have a favorite TV show draft. We could have a guilty pleasure TV show draft.
I got plenty of them, but I'm relatively easily entertained. Like, there's not a lot of stuff where I'll be like, you know, people are like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. I can't get these 2 hours back. Like, there's not a lot that make me say that. I'll be like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'll go out of my way to watch it again, or I won't. It's nothing's really bad.
Okay. That's a hell of a take, man. That is a hell of a way to start this show off. Nothing really bad.
It's a bad show.
Nothing's really bad. It's not that hard to watch. I hope you keep that same energy when we get to the part where we're talking about Mac Jones as the future San Francisco 49ers. I hope you keep that same energy, fam. Because I'm just going to throw them words. It's not that there's nothing that's bad. It's not that you can't watch it. I'm going to throw those words.
Good point, partner. It's a good point. It's a good point.
Those words right back at you. All right. As we roll along here.
Blame John.
I'll blame you. You do this all of the time. You say right before the show, you hit me with some line that's like, wait, what? What did you say? And then the music hits. It's like, no, wait a minute. We need at least 10 more minutes before the show can start. Here, I thought the fact that you got a Jay-Z shirt on and I got a Tupac hoodie on, I thought that would be what derailed us. But no,
it's Jay-Z.
It's Sex in the City. So someone logging onto this stream for the first time sees a dude with a Jay-Z shirt on and a dude with a Tupac shirt on talking about Sex in the City. You don't know what the hell that you're listening to.
He does have a Sex in the City bar and no 3 Bonnie and Clyde. The only time we don't speak is during Sex in the City. She gets Carrie fever, but soon as the show's over, come on now.
Okay.
So Jay watch it and it's cool, but I watch it and it's not cool.
Well, when Jay was watching it, like it was on, like the show. How many years has the show been over?
I don't go back and watch the show. And I don't even know episodes like that. I'm just saying it's been on. I watch it. Like, it's not bad. Like, the storytelling is not bad.
Jazz here in the YouTube stream says, just stop, bro. Just stop, bro. If that's not the title of today's show, I don't know what is. Just stop, bro. Oh, you know what? And the truth is, all of this is better than talking about the Sacramento Kings tonight. I mean, the fact is, you want to, hey, it's against the Detroit Pistons. The last time these two teams played, it was a fight. Like, these two teams fought it out in Detroit. Kings won. I mean, that's what you asked for. Kings got the win. But they're, here we are looking for them to snap their 4-game losing streak. Luke Walton addressed the media yesterday. There's nothing noteworthy to play of it, but I did pick up on an observation. Of course, I am an expert in Luke Walton body language, so I'll relay that to you as we roll along. We had a fantastic game last night, which it kind of ties in to the conversation we were having yesterday about these playoff streaks and about, I should say, the lack of playoff streaks, the playoff droughts, and the Sacramento Kings, sitting firmly. They're sitting at firm command of the longest playoff drought in the NBA. Phoenix right now is behind them at 10. Phoenix is going to make the playoffs
in a major way.
A year ago, the Phoenix Suns were worse than the Sacramento Kings. 1 year ago, the Phoenix Suns were worse than the Sacramento Kings. I like, dude, how did we get here? Like, we're talking about a top team. I mean, that game last night lived up to the hype. Like the Utah Jazz and the Phoenix Suns, that game lived up to the hype. The Suns are a game and a half out of first place in the Western Conference. This was a team that got to the bubble last year by default.
Yeah.
This was a team that won all 8 of those seeding games, and people were like, oh, what's it matter? You were even critical of them. No, who cares? They won all 8 seeding games. They couldn't even make the playoffs. You win all your games, you can't even make the playoffs. That's how bad the Phoenix Suns were.
Mm-hmm.
Monty Williams was the head coach last year. They get the acquisition of Chris Paul. Dude, and they're 36-14 right now. You don't see turnarounds that quickly in the NBA. We knew Phoenix would be good, like good enough. Right. We didn't know Phoenix would be this.
No, I didn't. I thought they'd be probably 4th or 5th seed in the Western Conference.
And that was pushing.
And that was like the ceiling. That was the ceiling of what they could do. I mean, they could be the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. And they beat a team that's been killing teams all year long in the Utah Jazz. So Phoenix is legit.
7 straight wins for Phoenix in 10 of 11. 10 of their last 11. Whew. Devin Booker had 35. He scored 30 in 4 straight games. That's tied for the second longest in his career. Devin Booker and Chris Paul combined for 64 last night together. Oof. That's the most by these 2 teammates in a game this season. Donovan Mitchell was spectacular. Again, it was a spectacular game. It lived up to the hype of the top 2 teams in the Western Conference. Donovan Mitchell had his 7th career 40th point game. That's the 4th most in Jazz history. Is it all Chris Paul? Is that what we're talking about here?
I know it's not fair to do this, and there's certain elements here and there that might play a factor into it. But yeah, it's all Chris Paul.
Jeez, dude.
Like, it's literally all Chris Paul.
So before anyone like rolls their eyes and go, man, seriously, you're telling me this team has more wins right now with 20 some odd games left in the season, 20 games left in the season than they did last year. The 36-14 right now. Like, yeah, okay, you could get a little like, all right, Kenny, calm down. Chris Paul did this all by himself. Like, come on, Kenny, knock it off. Chris Paul effect. The Hornets before Chris Paul, their winning percentage was .220. After Chris Paul, it was .463. Clippers winning percentage before Chris Paul, .390, .606 after Chris Paul. Rockets, .671 to .793. Thunder, short 1 season, .598, .611. And then Phoenix, win percentage, .466 to .720.
Oof. And this is what
how do you deny that?
This is what I'm going to do, because look, I know it's fashionable to say, oh, they got the coach, Monty Williams, he should have been hired. And I agree with all of it. He should have been at least interviewed. I like Monty Williams as a coach, but let's not do that today. It is Chris Paul. It is Chris Paul. You just laid out the numbers. Everywhere he goes, things change. And the other aspect of that, Damian, to those numbers, is when he leaves, they go back to how they were.
You're wrong about the Clippers.
The Clippers are the exception. I think they are the
Clippers are the only exception, because the Hornets, the Clippers are the exception. The Rockets, because the Rockets were already good. They became really, really good with Chris Paul. They went back to being good, and now they're not. Thunder, yeah, you're right. They do. They go back.
It's him.
Jesus, man, this is the Chris Paul effect is real.
It's really real.
My goodness.
Really real. One of the I could even make the argument, Damien, that he might be one of the most underrated players in the history of the game.
Dude, that I would not argue against you in that. I wouldn't argue against that one bit. Absolutely not. But I do disagree with you in this sense. It's unfair to say it's all Chris Paul. Regardless of whether they should have been there, regardless of how bad they were before the season shut down, like they won 8 straight in the bubble. And that was
Okay. Got you. Yeah. Damien's having a little trouble going up. Look, man. I understand they did some things, with the roster they already had. These guys grew up a little bit. They did what they had to do as far as Devin Booker. Monty Williams is a really good coach. I really like him. But you'd be hard pressed to find another guy for his entire career who's been able to do what Chris Paul does consistently from team to team. The guy is special. He's one of the great leaders we've ever seen. Like I said, first of all, while we're getting here, and we'll pick this up.
I'm here. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but I'm here.
I was about to get you because Bryce is talking about you're using the Starbucks internet. Stop it, Bryce.
I'm using Kenny's internet, apparently.
Stop it, Bryce.
Apparently, we ain't had a problem since the live stream started happening, but all of a sudden, let's regroup. Let's do that. Let's regroup. I'm gonna get off Kenny's internet. I'm gonna get back on mine. I want to hear more about Chris Paul. Is that all we got to do? Do we got to go sign Chris Paul? Is that it? King sign Chris Paul? Yeah. We immediately win?
I'm gonna say yes.
I mean, the statistics say you sign Chris Paul, you immediately win. We'll talk more about this. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well. We'll dive into the Kings and the Pistons. All as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I don't know what's going. Like I saw that little thing pop up that showed like the stream signal was bad, but normally I can hear when something's going off, going wrong in my
and I didn't know if it was me. Like when I hear it like that, I didn't know if it was me. And I was like, oh man, I might have to reset my stuff. But Bryce, you're right. LeBron has done it too. Everywhere LeBron goes, things get better. When he leaves, they're worse. 100%.
Yeah, but that's weird. But here's the difference. Chris Paul is never mentioned as the greatest player ever.
Right. That's where we say maybe Chris Paul, maybe the most underrated player of all time.
Yeah.
Because Steph is an all-timer.
Mm-hmm.
I feel Chris Paul is the greatest point guard since Isaiah Thomas. And I guess Steph is a point guard. I don't really look at him as like that, but I guess you could say he's a point guard. But I look at Steph, he's kind of positionless to me. He's just a great player. I wouldn't label him a shooting guard either. So I guess that by definition, he's a point guard, but yeah, Chris Paul's a different type of point guard. He is definitely a shooting guard.
Y'all have to stop this stupid stuff about who does and doesn't fit with De'Aaron Fox. Like you guys have got to. So I think Will stop. For the love of God, stop. Like if you have not learned your lesson, go back a couple of drafts and start talking and recognize maybe we should stop worrying about who does and doesn't fit with De'Aaron Fox. Jesus Christ, Will. You get the Will you get the Doc Rivers treatment.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
That's true. Chris Paul. This very well.
Yeah,
might be true.
What are you talking about? He went to the Western Conference Finals.
And what does that mean? Like I don't even understand. Like so like is it the Charlotte Chris Pauls? The New Orleans Chris Paul? Is it the Los Angeles Chris Pauls? Like, what are you talking about?
I think it does matter to a certain degree. It does matter. Keeping the same energy. Aaron Rodgers. People tell me he's the greatest quarterback to ever play.
But again, no one's saying Chris Paul is the greatest ever, though. That's my thing. That's the thing. Like I feel like those conversations are only happening. It's like Drew Brees. No one says Drew Brees is the greatest quarterback of all time. So the fact that he only got one Super Bowl, no one cares.
You're right.
I mean, it's like you said. I was scrolling through titles of the show because the titles of our shows are so good. But one of them was Drew Brees is a great regular season quarterback, and I remember the exact conversation. I can remember the exact context in which that came about.
What was the argument? Did somebody argue? Who said was better than Steve Young? I know Jesse said Marino, but somebody else said, was it Drew Brees he was talking about? Somebody in the chat was like adamant that somebody was better than Steve Young. I think it was Drew Brees.
Is that outrageous?
No, it's not outrageous. I just think Steve Young is better.
Okay. Yeah, again, I say this pretty regularly. We love everybody listening on 1320 AM and the Odyssey app. We did not go to commercial break there on Twitch, though, on YouTube. Usually we kind of shift gears. We talk about something a little bit more lighthearted. We'll talk about wrestling, talk about Sex in the City or whatever crazy thing pops up from Kenny as the day rolls along. But no, the conversation just kept going with Chris Paul, and now now people in the chat are arguing with each other, and we're talking about the Kings can't get Chris Paul, for God's sakes, it would destroy De'Aaron Fox. Like, wait, like we just named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in which Chris Paul massively improved after his arrival. The one exception being the Rockets. He didn't massively improve the Rockets. He improved them a lot.
Right.
He took them from good to great.
Right.
Y'all are still concerned about De'Aaron Fox when we're talking about because what's the difference? What's the difference between Phoenix and Sacramento? Phoenix stunk last year. What's the difference between Phoenix and Sacramento other than you won't like this? I'm gonna say it. Monty Williams and Chris Paul.
What do you mean? But that ain't no difference. Monty Williams was there last year when they stunk, so that's not what's the difference.
He was there when they won 8 in a row too.
All right, but
he got a year. He got a year with his team.
Okay, that's fine, but he's not the difference. Like, he wasn't different last year to this year. The only difference is Chris Paul's there.
Okay, let me ask you this: would the Phoenix Suns be a playoff team if Chris not a 36-14 team? Would they be a playoff team if Chris Paul wasn't there?
Not to answer your question, no. Like, they'd be around this 9, 8, 9, 10 situation.
So Chris Paul is good for, just argument's sake, 12 wins for that team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat. Y'all are full of crap. Kenny's full of crap. John Bull is full of crap. Chris Cook is full of crap. All of you, you're all full of. You're insane. Now they might only be a little bit better than a playing team. They're certainly not 36-14. Yeah. But can we get Chris here to fix the Kings if that's what? How many years does he got? How much money does he want?
He's looking for a new contract, probably.
Hey, look, trade everybody.
Your deal.
Fine, do it, because he obviously is the difference maker with franchises that he joins.
He really is, man.
He ain't gonna let these dudes get away with no crap either. He'll straighten. You talk about a locker room leader. You talk about alpha, and I think that's where Chris Paul becomes a bit of a polar. Not everybody loves Chris Paul's antics on the floor. Not everybody is into that. And there's the famous. It's now a GIF. Once you hit GIF status, it's legendary.
Right.
The DeMarcus Cousins. Oh yeah, the DeMarcus Cousins Chris Paul bit is just it's as legendary as it gets. But I know not everybody loves that. I personally I love Chris Paul. He's been one of my favorite players for a long time.
If you guys go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm just, even with that, I can't believe like he has made that much of a difference to Phoenix. Like, it's really incredible,
man. If you guys remember me from the other day, he's exactly what I'm talking about. It's Chris Paul's team. It is Chris Paul's team, and he accepts that responsibility. He embraces it, and he thrives in it. It's his team. And the other thing, I mean, it's a domino effect too, because as good as Devin Booker is, now with a guy like Chris Paul, he can really be unleashed because he doesn't have to have ball handling responsibilities or creating for others. It's just do what you do best, and that's go get buckets. So it's all Chris Paul. Now, don't get it twisted. Chris Paul isn't the only reason why they're good. Once again, I think Monty Williams is a good coach. DeAndre Ayton he's cool. He's good. He's good.
He's good. Mm-hmm.
More importantly than anything, he stays healthy. And I think that's kind of the difference between him and Bagley. If you look at Ayton's numbers, they're like, off the top of my head, I think they're like 14-9 or something like that. Maybe 15. Yeah, it's not a difference, but he's there every night. You know what I mean? And he's solid. He's solid. There's times, like I've said before, when he's 14-10, by the way. There's times when Bagley's just a little soft to me. You know, the Ayton's not that. He's not rough and tough, but he's not soft. He doesn't get pushed around. Yeah. He doesn't get pushed around out there. So Monty Williams, DeAndre Ayton. I love Mikal Bridges. They have good surrounding pieces around Booker and Chris Paul. So Chris Paul isn't the only reason they're good. Like, to your point, that Chris Paul wasn't there, they'd still be in conversations for a playoff spot. But he just elevated them to a whole nother. He unlocked everything.
He absolutely did. You may have heard this line before. He's the straw.
he's the definition of the straw that stirs the drink.
I had always appreciated Chris Paul till I came across these numbers, in increasing the winning percentage with every team that he's been on, and it speaks to the type of point guard he is. It speaks to being able to get the best out of your roster. And I mean, some of these teams, obviously, he was the beginning of kind of the Clippers rebuild. Mm-hmm. The Rockets were looking to get to the next level with him. The Thunder was a weird situation in which I don't think any of us thought he was actually going to play there. Even after he got traded there, I don't think any of us thought he was going to play there. The Hornets is where he was drafted. I mean, in this situation came along with Phoenix. It'll be how many? Chris, he has another year left on his deal, right?
He's got a player option, but a lot of people believe he's going to opt out to get like a 3-year deal.
Shoot, after this season, he could opt out and get paid.
Yeah.
Like normally you look at, he's probably taking less per year, but he's getting, a big chunk over the life of the contract. Right. He might not have to take that much less.
I think he's got, he's going to take a little less because I think it's like anywhere.
Oh, it's a top contract. Yeah. I don't think it's that high, but it's a top contract. I'll pull it up while you're talking.
I think it's anywhere between 35 and 40 for this next year. And he'd opt out of that, maybe sign like a $60 million, $70 million deal for like 3 or 4 years. I think that would be the plan.
God bless it. You're right. It's 44. He ain't.
Oh, man. I sold the man short. I sold him short.
$44 million. Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. Man. 44 mil for Chris Paul, 36 years old.
I'm not going to let that all-time line just go without mentioning it, though.
Man, I don't even know that you opt out of that, bro.
Rest in peace, Bernie Mac, though. That was an all-time.
Mr. Paul. Ooh,
he said, the Lord is my shepherd. He knows what I want.
Man, $44.2 million.
But I mean, like, so goodness. I don't know what he's expecting or thinking that he might get in a 3-year deal. Like,
I don't know. Like, I don't even know that you do it. Like, if I'm Chris, that's 44 for 1 year for Chris Paul.
Let me make sure my math is. I can't do 3 for 80 would be like high 20s. High 20, maybe early 30, and then high 20s.
Like you're going like,
and you
going
get
to like this, you get going 40 to your 40.
He's 37 right now.
Yeah, I mean he'll I take that back because he'll be 36 in the next contract. He'll be 38, 39. in the final year of that deal, depending on when his birthday is.
So here's the other question here as we're
of course, if you're Phoenix, maybe you go, what do you want?
Well, I was just about to say Belo and KC here in Scottsdale, Arizona. If he gets them to the second round of the playoffs, what is Phoenix going to do? Like, and he says, no, I'm opting. I'm not using my player option. I want a 3-year deal for $80 million. What does Phoenix do? I mean, Phoenix goes, no.
Yeah. You got to resign him.
You got to bring him back.
And you look at, I mean, I don't know where, I mean, Ayton, like what's because Ayton's contract, he's going to be due for his extension. He's the Bagley draft, so he's going to be due. He's going to be due for his extension.
His extension would be the following season, right? So not next year, the following season.
Correct.
Devin Booker, I think his deal might be up the same year as Ayton, actually. And he's max.
Yeah.
Like you're maxing him out.
And I don't know that he's flirting with super max though.
Don't think I'd get like an all NBA or something.
Yeah, I don't know that he's gotten the accolades to get the super max, but if he had, he's pretty freaking close if he hasn't. And this could be the year. Well, I guess he was this could be the year he does it. I'm not sure, but man, what a difference Chris Paul has made. Again, the winning percentage for the Phoenix Suns, 466, and now with Chris Paul there at 720, and that is a theme throughout Chris Paul's career and all of the teams that he has joined. And you just look at Booker's deal is up in 2024. You just look at that's enough time to get Chris Paul locked in for a couple of more years, because I don't know how you let this go. And another thing, when you look at Phoenix, this was a team who worst owner in basketball, people said. I'm not going to argue I'm not going to argue against that. I'm not going to say this dude is a great owner. I'm just saying the parallels between the Sacramento Kings and the Phoenix Suns are there.
Yeah.
And again, this is absolutely going to change, but at this current time on April 8th, 2021, the two longest, NBA, the two longest playoff droughts in the NBA. The parallels are there, the similarities are there, and Phoenix again really, really quickly was able to turn this thing around. And I guess if you're a Kings fan, hey, they did it.
Yeah,
we could do it.
Look, Damian,
maybe not to this degree. maybe not from being a borderline invite to the bubble, because we need an even number of teams to suddenly competing for the top spot in the Western Conference, but certainly an improvement.
I would say this, Damian, it's what I always say, and I'm not saying you disagree with me on this. I know you feel the same way. Just we get there different roads. It's all about the players, man. It's all about the players. And I'm not saying coaching doesn't matter, but it's all about the players.
Gotta have the talent, yeah.
Gotta have the talent.
Yep.
And if they can find a way, Monty McNair does what he does this off season and wheels and deals, and maybe can get somebody in there. Like you said, I'm not asking them to be first in the West, but be a winning program. Be a winning program.
Be 500 for God's sakes. Like they kept flirting with 500 like late in the season, for the last few years, or not later than normal. And as we said, when Will Griffith joined us yesterday, and his Lucy moved the football, and Kings fans collectively fell on their ass. Brutal. It was something watching that Phoenix Suns Utah Jazz game last night.
That was a great game, man.
Like look at what that Phoenix Suns squad is doing, man. They're out there getting the job done. Utah's a little bit different. I mean, I guess similar, different. I don't know, but I feel like there's a greater parallel. I feel like Utah has been a more steady run organization than Phoenix has. Phoenix just, they came out of nowhere. Yeah. They've had their coaching issues. They've had the, get Devin Booker out of Phoenix and let this nonsense keep happening with Sacramento. Let De'Aaron keep playing the way that he's playing. That hashtag get De'Aaron out of Sacramento, that's going to start. We've already seen your man Max Kellerman try to pull that stunt. What was it, a year? He pulled it a couple of years ago when De'Aaron did First Take, and
Yeah.
I can't wait to see you playing in a Lakers jersey. Damn. Fool, please. Sit down. Ain't here for that.
Yeah. So the other aspect to that as well, when you talk about, we can do it, they can do it, or whatever. Chris Paul is a Hall of Famer. He's had a number of years in this league learning the game. He was like this when he was younger too. But De'Aaron Fox is still in his 4th year. And he's not a baby, you know what I mean? But he's not a seasoned vet either. So the hope is he grows into that type of point guard, that type of leader on the floor. I think he might be born with it or not, but that's all a different subject.
I think you were on to something a couple of minutes ago when you said Chris Paul might be one of the most underrated players in the entire league. Underrated, underappreciated. I don't know what it is, but given those numbers that Chris Paul, not his assist numbers, not his point numbers, not his point totals, not his triple-double counts, not stuff like that. What he means to a team winning and losing is just phenomenal.
Not only that, there's people that ridicule Chris Paul, say he's overrated, say he's a crybaby, and all.
Remember the great debate: who's better, Chris Paul or Darren Williams?
I do remember that. Yeah.
The hot debate of the summer of 2008.
that was a trip right there. And what's even crazier is if you live through it, it was like a real debate. Darren Williams was a problem.
Oh, he was good.
It was crazy how he just kind of fell off the map, but like he was a problem at the point guard position.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But yeah, Chris Paul, like I said, and I deal with this a lot. Shout out Danny in San Francisco. Because, on my Twitter and everything, I got Niners fans, Giants fans. We're all friends, right? But we split ways come basketball season. And the Warrior fans just talk so bad about Chris Paul. They hate Chris Paul. They talk
Warrior
about
fans hate every point
how
guard that's not
overrated he is and all this other stuff. And they cry baby and complains to refs, tantrums. All that. They talk about him so bad. They talk about Westbrook so bad, too.
Oh, I'm aware. Listening to a Warriors fan is akin to listening to Bill Simmons. You just can't do it. Like, stop. Like, you gotta tune them off. You gotta tune them out.
And I could understand it because it's the same things I talk about with the Kings if they get in a playoff series with Devin Booker or Luka Doncic. When you're in it, you can't stand these guys. Like, they're public enemy number one. So I kind of get that because Chris Paul and the Rockets were going at it with the Warriors. So they had that going on. I kind of get it, but I used to just be like, man, sometimes you got to step back and be like, this dude's amazing. He's amazing.
Because of James Harden's repeated failures in these moments, it probably won't get the proper attention. But Chris Paul's hamstring is a great what if. Oh,
for sure.
I don't think it'll be, there's a ton of what if conversations in sports that'll play out forever, even if you just isolated it to basketball. I don't know that one will be mentioned because people had seen the Rockets lose, or they had seen Chris Paul lose, or excuse me, they had seen Chris Paul lose, they had seen James Harden lose in those moments, but it felt like they had that series. Chris Paul goes down, you see the series shift, and
I think it's a commonly acknowledged what if, for sure.
Okay.
I agree. It's
a whole lot better than the Draymond Green ejection. That's the laziest what if ever. 916. Just make a mental note, please. Make a mental note. Did you hear the KD podcast?
I didn't. I heard about it.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Third member of the show. Oh, my bad. I dumped my partner. Third member of the show here. Big Al, what's going on, baby?
All right, don't cut me off. Give me my minute. KC, you preach the Lord's truth and gospel. It's all about talent and the players in the NBA. D'Lo, I love you, man, and you and I disagree on that. If you want to be a great coach, you're going to send your great Luke Walton. He's going to go build his Arizona team. Coaching matters, psychology, building players up, fantastic. But you better have the talent in the association to win.
And can they both not be true?
No, they both cannot be true.
Oh, my bad. Okay. I'll show myself out.
You're talking 100%. You tell me me 100 and 100 is equal to 100, and that ain't true. What's true is 80% and 20% is 100. You know, do your math. What's your Sac State? I went to San Diego State, baby. We know our math. So all I'm saying is, and I hope for the Kings fans, I really do. So not only is a good coach, you know, an appropriate coach, psychology, not the X's and O's in the NBA, but, you know, it's the management. I love you, D-Lo, when you speak that, because that is the truth. It's got to be the Kings management, ownership management that really builds up and makes Kings fans happy and get them back on that path they were, 10, 12 years ago, 15 years ago. And someday, maybe, for them, I hope so.
Okay.
I hope so.
Thank you. You took a shot at Sac State in the process, by the way, Big Al.
Yeah, come on, man. Singers up, Big Al.
Okay, Al, bye. I'm gonna have to replay the part where he was talking about 100 and 100 equals 100. I'm gonna have to run that back because my brain can't compute that quick.
For all my people on the chat, you know what time it is.
There it is. That's it. That's my man. That's our guy, the little grown man African actor. That is our guy right there.
Yeah.
You fire that tweet off. Send, baby. Hit send on that one.
Now I will say this. I'm gonna come to bat from my partner a little bit. If say Luke Walton got this super talented roster, right? And they start winning. That doesn't mean he's a good coach. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, if he got the talent and he got I say this all the time, like when they go on a winning streak, like, oh, is he a good coach now? Like, no, he's the same coach. He just has better players. Whether you think he's good or bad, like he's the same guy. He just has a better roster.
So, I feel like sometimes when stuff like this happens, we get into, you know, Kenny, like, that's not fair. It's easy to say that about a bad team, or it's easy to say that about a certain coach. You never liked Ty Lue, right? Like Ty Lue's won a championship. You didn't think he was a good coach or a particularly good coach. He had a talented roster. He was a good. This is, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to reiterate your thoughts here. He had a talented roster. He was a good enough coach. You obviously got the greatest player in the world. You can win a title that way. David Blatt was a bad coach?
No, I don't think David Blatt was a bad coach at all.
Okay.
Now, I will say that, to be honest with you, I didn't see enough of David Blatt to say if he was good or bad.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't think he's a bad coach. And then I will also say this about Ty Lue. There's people who I respect who think he's a good coach. So maybe I'm wrong about Ty Lue. Maybe I am.
I do. I like my best friend is he's a Cleveland native, loves his Cavs. He likes Ty Lue. Doesn't love Ty Lue, but he likes Ty Lue. I don't know what the questions are about him. I always felt like that was the LeBron James syndrome. When you're a coach for LeBron, you're probably not going to get the credit because the running joke is it's Coach LeBron.
Right.
Like whoever wears the suit, or, you know, now the collared shirt, the polo on the side, that's cool. But like it's Coach LeBron and it's GM LeBron and, you know, it's owner LeBron. Like LeBron is going to be in charge of everything that happens with the organization for the jersey that he's wearing. What about? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll talk about it later. I wrote it down. I'm not going to derail this yet.
Oh, good. Thank you for catching that and not derailing us yet, because there's some good comments in here on the chat that was at like, is Steve Kerr a good coach? That there are people who really believe that Steve Kerr isn't a good coach. I'm not one of them.
Right.
I sure as hell ain't one of them.
I think he's a good coach.
But the jury's got to be out to a certain degree on Steve Nash, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's early. It's very early in his coaching career, but he's all we know is how he manages injuries or how he manages guys missing from the lineup. That's the extent of what we know about Steve Nash as the coach there.
And you're right about that. And then, like, to bring it back a little bit, I think Steve Kerr is maybe the greatest example of this, because what he has right now, oh man, I don't want to do this. But if you don't think Steve Kerr is a good coach, this would be the season where you would make that argument, because he doesn't have a bad roster. Like, it's not bad. It's not really deep, but I mean, he's got talent on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
And he's struggling to make the play-in game.
Yes.
He's like a game better than Luke Walton and the Kings.
2 games, actually, which we intend to update everybody on the scoreboard watching last night. That's all true, but is it also fair to point out that the Warriors were, and I had said this, I didn't think the Warriors were going to be in a conversation of losing. And I actually thought Golden State was probably locked in as much as you can be to the 9th spot because they just were at 500 all year. Plus, usually like +1, 2 games, rarely below, but they like 500 was their marker. And then Steph gets hurt and everything kind of like it changes a little bit. So you're dealing with, you've got Wiseman who you trying to move along in his career. You have whatever Draymond Green as a player is. Klay Thompson's not there, and you're losing Steph, and you're also when you have him, he's gutting through stuff. So even though I agree, I don't think the Warriors roster is terrible, but when Steph is gone, like it's depleted, like you're losing. That's like De'Aaron missing games for the Kings.
All right.
It's like it feels like with Steph misses games, the Warriors have no chance. When De'Aaron's off, it feels like the Kings don't have a chance to win.
Facts.
We'll step out. I know you jotted some stuff down that you want to dive into. We'll get into that. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can.
I'll talk about it, but it's not a big deal.
916-349-1320. We mentioned scoreboard watching. We'll update you on where the Kings stand. And an observation from Luke Walton's press conference yesterday. That's all coming up here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay.
They got the list of the shows.
I don't need one on Flair, but the Warrior would be good.
Yeah, that 30 for 30 on Flair was. It could have been a short.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, yeah. It's the same story. David Arquette. He won the WCW championship.
Oh, I remember that. Jesus. That's when it was going down,
Chris Paul is a polarizing player, man, but that doesn't knock his greatness, man. That dude is it.
So
like he is that good.
You clicked on this. Is he whiny or is he just in tune with what's going on?
He's no different to me than any other star player in the league. Like Chris Paul has never bothered me. I know he bothers a lot of people, and I get it, but he doesn't bother me at all.
He's always looking for the edge. He's always in tune with what's going on in the game.
And that's what James Harden is. No, it is like that. Like, I don't like it. It's not my favorite thing, but that's what James Harden does.
No, James
Harden knows how to manipulate the rules.
He does, but he's not always only to scoring. So here's the difference. Okay. Only to scoring.
Okay.
Chris Paul is so in tune with the game. He's looking to push the limits of the rules with everything going on. Lane violations. My man, that was a travel over there. That's the same thing. He didn't use his pivot foot. My man's guarding, like everything. James is single-minded when it comes to, let me just rip my arm through and do that. And for the record, everybody, De'Aaron Fox does the same thing now. So De'Aaron Fox does it actually pretty good. Ramsey, Steve Kerr is doing more with less talent this season than what Luke Walton has done. That's cap. I think the Warriors are, at the very least, equally talented. At the very least.
This GIF is always going to make me happy.
Spoelstra's really good.
So let me ask you a question in front of everybody. Like, he's been on the show a number of times. This is off topic. Like, Grant Cohn's just like he's just a troll, right?
Yeah, he's an ass starter.
Okay.
He's an ass starter. He is an ass starter, and he's good at making his arguments. Right? Like he can make an argument. He probably did debate class.
Mm-hmm.
Like You can almost make an argument with anything. I was in government class.
That's exactly what a debate class is. It'll be like, all right, you need to argue on this. Yo, 62 people. Yo, y'all get on that thumbs up. John, you're over here tweeting at the Biden administration. You got one job, John Bull. Can you get everybody to hit the thumbs up? We're at 29 right now. We're going to get killed like that. Morning show's going to wind up with more viewers than us if y'all don't hit the thumbs up. That's kidding. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not gonna there y'all go.
Back to D-Lo and KC. D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
As we roll along here, man, we got to do some scoreboard watching as the Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Now, you're over there writing stuff down. Is this something that you want to throw out at us before we dive into the scoreboard watching and looking at where the Warriors are and the Pelicans? And
well, there's two things. Number one, let me clarify. I don't always watch Sex in the City. They show the reruns on the E channel, and if I'm trying to go to sleep, maybe I'll go to sleep to an episode. That's all it is. But number two, don't talk to me about what you think about Sex in the City, and you watch Friends. Not you specifically, but people out there.
You know I'm not watching. You know daggone well I'm not watching.
like people be trying to tell me about how good Friends is. Michael Wilbon, I'm gonna say I think it's okay because Michael Wilbon said it. I think it is, but he said I'll start acknowledging Friends when they acknowledge they live in a world that exists with black people.
Okay. Man, that's
somehow they live in New York and they've never come across a black person on that show.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that show come into question quite a bit. I've probably seen less than 5 episodes, like in their totality, and I'd be willing to bet major money I was in a hotel for like all of them. Like I was just like, I need something to go to sleep to. Like, okay, this might make me laugh. I've never laughed at it. Like never once.
It's not good.
Though I do think some of the people in it are funny. Like I can't remember all of their names, but I'm going to sound stupid trying to say their names, but some of those people I've seen in movies later that I think are funny, particularly some of the women.
Yeah.
I don't know that any of the
I don't know. Funny. I think that she, to me, she seems taller. Not Jennifer Aniston, not the dark.
That's exactly the one I'm thinking of
what
too.
Movie she was in? She was in I want to say a For the Culture movie. I think that's how I saw her. Nah, it's neither here nor there. But the other thing I was going to say is you talked about the coaches on the sidelines and their polos. Can't wait to see the suits come back.
Do you think they do?
I don't know. I don't
know if the suits come back. I don't know if the Coaches Association might fight for the polo and the shoes and stuff. I know you would.
I would definitely wear the suit.
I would. I did pants cut off like right above the ankles. That's what I do. Yep.
So you would show the Achilles as NBA head coach
every time. Every time.
Got every that time. Achilles Phoebe. That's her name right now.
Yeah, it'd be ankles all day. Because you got to show off the shoes. That's the whole point. That's the whole point in joggers. You got to show off the shoes. That's the whole point.
You got to show off that Achilles though. Man.
I'd go to Russell Westbrook's tailor, get them finally cut. I'd be on the side. Wouldn't win one game, but I'd look good though.
Now, are you because this is my style right now. I'm feeling it. Are you with the joggers on that? I guess they probably go full length, but you pull your socks up. Are you on that one right there?
Oh, yeah.
You got your socks kind of covering the jogger a little bit.
But I like the socks got to have something that pops with the shoe.
Yeah. Well, see, I go with the white socks. I just go with the white a lot of the time.
You could get a little creative with that look.
I'm gonna dip into it.
You could get a little creative with that look. The one time that I've been out in the last 370 some odd days, that was the look that I did. I'm
digging that right now. That's my one of my go-tos.
That's solid. Yeah, that's a solid look.
Fashion tips here on D-Lo and KC.
Yep, as well as television,
Friday.
as well as pop culture sitcoms that Kenny and I know nothing about.
Coach Molly, she agrees with me. Well, I wouldn't say she agrees with me because I don't know if Sex and the City is the best, but I like it. She says it's the best. Shout out Coach Molly.
Okay, and they made movies. Did you watch the movies as well?
I saw the first movie. I didn't see the second one.
Okay.
I didn't really have that much interest in watching the movies, but I did see the first one.
Okay.
And there's only one Mr. Big I acknowledge. Murph Dog.
That's Ron Isley.
That's right.
Yeah, that's Ron Isley. That's the. I remember the first time I heard that, I was like,
Mr. Big out here.
You gonna get a cease and desist. Kings back on the floor tonight against the Detroit Pistons. Not a bad night for them last night. Had a couple of things go their way. The Nets beat the Pelicans. Unfortunately, I think the Grizzlies beat the Hawks. I got that right?
Grizzlies did. Grizzlies ain't losing. I said before, like when they started this little sweat stretch, if they can get through this, I'm gonna tip my hat, and I'm ready to tip my hat, man. These guys, they're tough as nails, man. I do love that about that Grizzlies team. I don't think they're super talented, but they're tougher than a $2 steak. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's 4 straight for the Memphis Grizzlies. San Antonio, on the other hand,
they're doing what I thought they would.
They met the white hot Denver Nuggets, who have, the Phoenix has overshadowed them a little bit. Denver is playing really, really good right now. They've been playing really good since the trade deadline. But yeah, San Antonio drops their 4th straight. So the Kings, they find themselves, again, you're kicking yourself with that Timberwolves game.
Jeez.
They're 2 games behind the Golden State Warriors, who are at the 10th spot. They're 3 games behind the San Antonio Spurs, who are at the 9th spot. And then they're 5 games behind the Memphis Grizzlies, who just keep moving along there. They're at the 8th spot right now.
Damian, this week has gone pretty much like I thought it was going to go, aside from the King. The only thing that didn't happen was the Kings loss and the Warriors won against the Bucks.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
That Warriors-Bucks one was a big one. That was a full game swing.
I saw the Spurs going down. I saw the Pelicans going down, and the Kings had opportunities, and they have not cashed in. Now they got another opportunity-ish tonight. You know what I mean? So they need. And then they got
and that's the thing. You look at these 3 games ahead. You've got the Pistons tonight. You've got the Jazz on Saturday, and then is that right? Saturday, yeah. And then you've got the Pelicans next.
Oh.
You've got it like you have to beat the Pelicans, but you can't drop 2 before you get there. No. You can't be on a 6-game losing streak before you get to the Pelicans. You've got to figure out they've got to get themselves together. I was watching Luke Walton's press conference yesterday, and I'm an expert in Luke Walton body language. He looked agitated as hell yesterday, and he even acknowledged, and I don't know how many times he's acknowledged this in a Zoom call. One, it doesn't happen very often because the team's not practicing. But someone asked him, I think it was Sean, asked him, how was the practice? You don't get too many of these. And it was sloppy. It was a sloppy practice. And then he kind of massaged it a little bit. He was like, it was sloppy and it wasn't sharp. But that stuff is going to happen when you don't have very much practice time. So it's like it was like he slipped into a moment of honesty. Because Luke never, we've said this before, Luke's not too high. He's rarely high. He's rarely low. And there have been exceptions through this season. He's usually just even keel. And his delivery was even, but when he doesn't acknowledge, he gives very basic answers. He gives you an answer, but it's a basic answer. That was one of the most honest. It was sloppy. We didn't execute. But we don't practice much, and you can expect that stuff. And then it was almost like he snapped back into it, but he wasn't there for the pleasantries. He was very much in the "Hi James" mode yesterday. Like he was not down for it. He shot down any conversations about Arizona. He was like, "I have no interest. I'm here with the Kings." He sang the praises of Sean Miller. He said he's got a great job. He looked. I joked the day we had Jason Anderson on that day. I joked about it. Felt like he was damn near chipper and elated after one press conference. Not this one. He looked agitated. He looked frustrated, and that just leads me to believe that the practice didn't go very well, as he acknowledged. Like, it's not really investigative work on my part. He said the practice was sloppy, and so I don't know what that means for tonight. If it means anything, it probably means nothing, but I don't think that yesterday went the way Luke Walton was hoping it would.
I'm interested to see how these guys come out, because when you said you didn't like Luke's body language,
I didn't say I didn't like it. It doesn't bother me. It just caught my attention.
You noticed it.
I noticed it.
I want to see. I would be on edge if I was Luke Walton. If I was the Sacramento Kings, I would be not the most pleasant person to be around because of what things are going, what's been going on, the way we've been playing. Demanding. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what had him agitated. Was it the fact that it was just really sloppy and really bad, or it wasn't up to his standards and what he feels they need to get back on track? Because there's that too. There's times when, as a coach, you're trying to get things done, and it may be a little sloppy, but it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not what you want. Like, if the running the offense, if they're doing at a B level, you want A, and they're not A. B is okay, but B's not gonna. That's not what I'm looking for. I need A. So I wonder if it was really being ran at a D, and he was upset about that, or if it was like a B, but it wasn't what he was looking for. Either way, I like him being on edge or just kind of not here for it. I want the rest of the team. They should be on edge tonight and have a little bit of a chip. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
They absolutely should have a chip on their shoulder. Absolutely. 100%. But we'll see. Like,
this team never really has a chip, though.
That's the thing. Like, we talked about this. This game will tell me a lot, and it's not even whether they win or lose. I'm going to watch this game differently than I've watched games in the last week and some change, because, or really, we'd take it back in the last 2 weeks. We talked when they were winning. We would come in the day after the game when we talk about what happened, and it's like, all right, yeah, no, it's Kings got the win, and we talk about everything that went well, and maybe point out a couple of things. You want to see that go better, and then it would be the next day where we'd be in here like, yeah, I feel like that win kind of masked a couple of things that weren't particularly, great. And we would, whether, points in the paint don't seem to really have a difference in win or losses, but rebounding does. Turnovers do, points off turnovers do, different things like that. And we would let those sit, dissect. We talk about them later. If this team comes out flat again, because that's the term that they were using. That's the line that they were using. What is that? Even if they wind up winning, my first thought is going to be, how did you come out flat? How did you come out dead in the first quarter? If you rebound, awesome. But I'm going to have some questions if you come out if you come out the way that you did against Minnesota,
right,
in Los Angeles. I've got questions. Wow. I'm going to watch this a little bit differently.
And they're fair. We all have the questions. Like, and be honest with you, Damian, I just don't think it's in their nature to come out any other way than what we're probably going to see. Yeah. Like, I would be surprised if we saw it differently, if we saw them, with an edge or, chippy or outwardly showing emotion. Like, that's not what they do. Ironically, the last time they, like, I saw some chippiness and saw some type of what's the word I'm looking for? Emotion, I guess you could say, was against Detroit. And not necessarily the game. But remember when Harrison hit like the step back that didn't seal the game because they almost tricked it, but he hit a step back that gave like a 4-point lead with 30 seconds to go. And he turns to the bench, and you don't see Harrison do this. And he's yelling and flexing and all this. That was the first time I was like, oh, okay, it's been weighing on him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's been he had to get that off because it's been weighing on him. I feel like that's the last time. Fox did it earlier this year when he got the dunk, and I think I went in on Fox that day on the show, and he got the dunk and he screamed so we could hear him all the way out in North Highlands. You know what I mean? Like, you don't see that often, but ironically, that's what we're looking for. And maybe in that respect, maybe I am looking for the show. In that respect, I want
Mike Singletary.
Yeah, I'm looking for the show. Show me something. After the first quarter, you go on a 9-2 run and somebody hits a 3. I want to see you fist pumping and yelling and cursing at the bench and all this other stuff. Like, show me that this is wearing on you, because if it's wearing on you, you got to let it out. That's what that is to me. So yeah, I'd like to see that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. She's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We welcome everybody listening on 1320 AM. We welcome everybody listening on the Odyssey app. And, of course, we welcome everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You can download the Twitch app, register, search ESPN 1320. Follow us there, or you could just go to YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit the thumbs up if you're watching. We'd greatly appreciate that. We'll get back to the Kings. Plenty more stuff to talk about as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings, again, with that game against the Detroit Pistons tonight. Want to shift gears here real quick. We mentioned this yesterday. I think it's worth bringing back up today. We did. You made that patented Tony Schiavone sound effect when I mentioned it, but Justin Fields will have a second pro day coming up about 1 week from today. I think it's April 14th. Yep, April 14th, the second pro day for Ohio State and Justin Fields. And your mans in them, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, will be in attendance for that one. So you feeling better? You got a pro day here. Justin Fields, Kyle, John, all together. Same place, same time. You happy? You don't look like it.
Stephen A.
That was a Stephen A. meme.
This is looking
live version of the Stephen A. meme.
Look, maybe I'm guarded. All right, Damian. Maybe I'm guarded. Hey, you ain't pulling me. You're not getting me hyped up. They're gonna take this guy out of Alabama, and I'm not gonna be happy about it. Not gonna get me hyped up. Oh, see, okay. He's going on another pro day. See? Can't fool me, man. You can't fool me. You can't get fooled again.
That's right. You can't get fooled again. That's the law of the land. Call me crazy. Is there any chance guys like Kenny in Elk Grove, Danny in San Francisco, 49er fan in the chat, maybe you guys are overreacting just a little bit?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I do want to mention this because it feels like the draft was 3 weeks ago, but it's actually not. It's 3 weeks from today. 8-hour D-Lo and KC draft show brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, right here on ESPN 1320. 8 hours of D-Lo and KC. 8 hours of NFL draft coverage. 8 hours of gin drinking leading up to that damn draft pick.
And after.
Are you possibly, maybe, Baker Mayfield was never going number one. Leading up to that draft, Baker Mayfield was not going number one. 3 weeks before the draft, Baker Mayfield was not going 1. 2 weeks before the draft, Baker Mayfield was not going number 1. A week before the draft, starting to hear rumors about Baker Mayfield. Don't think he's going number 1. 5 days before the draft, there's a good chance Baker Mayfield's going to go number 1. No one knew for sure that the Cleveland Browns were selecting Baker Mayfield until he was actually selected.
Well, everybody knows.
Maybe that's what's happening with the San Francisco 49ers. Maybe there's all this talk about Mac Jones, but that's not where the 49ers are going.
Everybody knows the Jets are getting Zach Wilson. Same people talking about it. Yeah, they're getting Zach Wilson. They know maybe they're going to get Trey Lance.
And
they're getting Zach Wilson.
And their general manager didn't exactly shut that down either. Their general manager kind of ran with it.
You want to know what's fueling this is, I know we talk about heel turn and all this other stuff. We kind of joke about that, but I think Kyle Shanahan is a damn good coach. I think he's a damn good play caller. He's an offensive genius. I feel that way. He's a terrible evaluator of talent. I think of elite talent. I think he's arrogant. I think he's too fixated in his style and his system. And we're worried about this guy blowing it again. Because that's all he's done to a certain degree here in San Francisco is below it. You start with his first draft. We stink. We're terrible. We're trying to build this thing up from the ground up. No, we don't need Deshaun Watson. No, we don't need that. We'll go get Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas, who essentially did much of nothing until a bowl game against North Carolina, the Sun Bowl. Then all of a sudden, oh, man, that Solomon Thomas, got to have him. In that same draft, you know, there's this kid at Iowa. He's probably going to go undrafted. He's not on anybody's radar. He didn't do much of anything in the Big Ten. But let me take him in the 3rd round. And then you keep moving forward. You got Jimmy Garoppolo here. Works out. He goes to a Super Bowl with him. Man, it's I just don't trust Jimmy. I think we got to move on. You can't say healthy. We got to move on. And now here he is again with another opportunity. I didn't even mention that Joe Williams is out there, you know, that he just had to have. The guy didn't even make it to training camp, basically. And now you got a situation where everybody in the world, there's not one person. I don't think Mac Jones's parents would take him over Justin Fields and Trey Lance given the opportunity. Yet somehow he is tied to Kyle Shanahan and his system, and his best buddy, who they got matching tattoos, is running around saying it's ridiculous stuff.
Well, that probably deserves a little bit more conversation. As you mentioned, matching tattoos. For those who might not get that, we'll bring that to you here. 916-349-1320. Let's get Daniel in here on the phone. Daniel, what's on your mind?
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Niner fan here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still exactly what you've been talking about. You know, Lynch goes and he goes to see Mahomes, and he goes back and tells Shanahan, "We got to look at Mahomes. This kid is unbelievable." And Shanahan just completely ignores him. And he's doing the same thing in his scouting. He's doing the same thing to Lynch. That's what all the rumors are all over the Bay Area. They're saying that he's going his own way. He won't tell his coaches what direction he wants to go in, and he's ignoring his scouts. He wants Mac Jones, and that's the direction he's going to go in. And I hope they fire his ass when he blows.
I'm with you,
man.
I'm with you. This is a
Daniel.
fireable offense.
I thought Daniel might bring some levity to I guess not.
No, he kept it a stack. Great job, Daniel.
Okay.
Great job.
I ain't gonna tell him he's wrong.
That's what he does. This is what Kyle does, man. And it's his downfall. His own arrogance is going to be his downfall.
You are all out on Kyle Shanahan. Like all the way out on Kyle Shanahan.
On Kyle Shanahan making the right personnel decisions, yes.
What
Coach,
if
the play caller or whatever? Like, he's good at that, but I mean, it won't matter if you don't. We saw last year. If you don't have enough the right amount of talent, it won't matter. And he's drafting the wrong talent.
Who has matching tattoos, by the way, for those who didn't get that reference?
I don't even think they have matching tattoos. Actually, Chris Sims and Kyle Shanahan, they have each other's initials. That's even worse on their bodies. So Kyle has CS on his leg. Or
Are
something.
we sure? Like, is this confirmed? Like, they really have like, are we sure that they're each other's initials?
It's not confirmed.
Okay, I don't believe that.
I've read that.
Like, why?
I've read that.
Does he?
It's confirmed. I've heard him in the interview. Kyle Shanahan talk about it. I think he's got it like above his ankle or something.
Wow. Come on, man. And you got it above your ankle. Come on.
I know
man.
they were like, I don't have my best friends I don't have KC tattooed anywhere on me. I don't have my best friend's initials tattooed anywhere on me. Like okay. So they have each other's initials tattooed. And Chris Sims is all about Mac Jones.
This guy.
He loves him some Mac Jones. He says Mac Jones and Kyle Shanahan fit perfectly together.
Well, Mac Jones and Chris Sims and Kyle Shanahan, they can do a podcast together when he's fired. How about that? They have matching opinions on their little podcast. This is Tattoo Bros. That'll be the name of it. The Tatted Bros. The Blasted Bros.
I should point out, Kyle Shanahan's win-loss record isn't very good.
Let's not even get into that. Huh.
This heel turn on Kyle Shanahan in the San Francisco 49ers is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. I have a couple of other things that I want to bring to you. John,
there's more?
Yeah, there's more. To just a quick note to our man, John Bull, if you're listening, you may want to cover your ears. There are some incredible statistics regarding quarterbacks taken in the top 5. They're really, really stunning. We'll bring those to you. I'll attempt to calm my partner down here a little bit. Maybe we could have a discussion. What if it is Justin Fields? What if his name is called in the middle of that draft day show? We'll talk about that as D'Lo and KC continue. If you want to get in on the phone lines like Daniel did there, 916-349-1320. We're coming back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, is this confirmed?
Right? What happened?
This is his name. I'm definitely calling him that. I'm all for calling somebody by their government when I'm not feeling them. I used to call Canelo Saul until he fought Triple G. He was not Canelo to me. And if that name, is not going back.
It's Michael. It is. It's Michael McCorkle Jones.
Well, I won't call him by his middle name, but I'll call him Michael. I'm not calling him Mac no more. What?
So you're going to call him Mike Jones instead? I just want to be clear. That's what you're going to do?
I'm going to call him Michael.
Michael Jones.
Michael.
Okay. Michael Jones.
Just like, I think I'm going to go back to calling Canelo Saul. Yeah, you guys are right. You guys do this a lot in the chat.
Yes, they do. They are all about that. They are all about that. Damn. How many burner accounts did Dave create? Jesus Christ. We ain't had a thumbs down in 48 live streams. Dave at AOL.com, Dave at Yahoo.com, Dave at SBCglobal.net.com. That's all right. Y'all can hit that thumb. Just stay on them thumbs up. We could call him McCorkle Jones. You could call the man by his middle name. Hey, no, that's all right.
I can, but I'll call him Michael.
McCorkle.
Michael Jones.
I need an explanation here. There is no explanation regarding McCorkle. His sister got a normal name, Sarah Jan. Sarah Jan and Michael McCorkle.
Do you know what your name means?
Like where it came from? Yeah, like
the definition of it. Like, so Kenneth is handsome.
Oh no, I don't. Dude, I was born in 1980. All I knew was the Omen. So yeah, that wasn't my favorite thing.
Let's see. The meaning of the name Damien.
It's going to say the Omen or the devil or Satan or something.
The name Damien means to tame, subdue, and is Greek for origin.
It's Greek for what?
Origin. Is of Greek origin. My bad.
Oh, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to tame, subdue. Tame Barling.
Rich, how old are you? Rich, you're younger than I am. What are you talking about?
Oh boy, the Mets tied up in the 9th.
Is that? Wait a minute. The game 916. Is this true? Oh, okay. No, he followed it up. Okay. Oh, hey, that's a great line if it's true. That is a great line if it's true.
The game I saw you earlier. That's my best friend. Why did the Kings choose Bagley over Trey Lance? Do they think Bagley had more upside or potential, or best fit or best available? I think it was probably best fit.
Oh Lord, we haven't seen this guy in a while.
Oh boy,
that explains the thumbs down. I know it. I know it. Oh, Rich, you are a little older than us. Okay. Things didn't get any better there during that commercial break. As we've learned, the 49ers, the belief is the 49ers are selecting a player named Michael McCorkle Jones. I had heard we had gotten some messages before about McCorkle, but I thought it was just a play on Mac. I didn't know what the origins of that were, but apparently it's his middle name, Michael McCorkle Jones.
Hey, who man's is this?
He's about to be your man's.
They ain't gonna be my man's.
He's about to be your. Okay, let me hit you with two hypotheticals here, really quick, before we get to some of these quarterbacks taken in the top 5.
Okay.
Hypothetically, we're doing the draft show. We're 4 or 5, so maybe we're 5-6 hours in, and the selection is made. And Roger Goodell says, out of the University of Ohio State, Justin Fields, San Francisco 49ers. Your reaction is what?
Woo! Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Okay. So is there, hey, my bad, young Shanny? Is it, hey, sorry for the full-fledged Hollywood Hogan heel turn over the last 4 weeks? Or you're just like, okay, you didn't blow it. Now let's get the job done on the football field.
Yeah, no, you didn't blow it. Let's get it done. I mean, maybe there's an apology in there. No, I haven't said anything really bad about him, except that he's a terrible evaluator of high-level talent.
Well, yeah, and you've got him hosting a podcast called The Tattoo Bros with Chris Sims or something like that.
It is the Blasted Bros.
Okay. So we've got that coming up. We're going to keep trying to get Chris Sims on the show. I need a greater I need an explanation on the tattoos too. I need to know what he sees with Michael McCorkle here.
Michael, and let's be quite frank here. You guys catch me if I ever do it wrong. I'm not calling this young man Mac no more. Just like I did in boxing when I'm going back to calling him Saul, by the way, Canelo Alvarez, when he wouldn't fight Triple G. I said, I'm not calling him Canelo until he fights Triple G. I'm calling him Saul. I'm calling him by his government. And I'm going back to that, by the way. He's Saul Alvarez because I don't like his opponents he's been picking. And I'm doing it with Michael. I ain't calling that man Mac no more. It's Michael Jones. I'm not going to call his middle name. I'll leave that to be. But Michael Jones. I ain't calling him Mac no more.
And you can't call him Mike because that creates all sorts of for the culture problems.
Yeah.
I think I'll just refer to him as Michael McCorkle. That will be his name on my end. Michael McCorkle. Okay, let me hit you with another hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm of the belief, and we started this conversation yesterday, I'm of the belief that Jimmy G is going to get Fitzpatrick. I don't know what's going to happen, during the season. I don't know what the San Francisco 49ers record is going to be, but ultimately I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get the Ryan Fitzpatrick treatment, and the team's going to be, moving along, playing well. That's our quarterback for the season. You know what? I think Michael McCorkle is ready. Let's go ahead and throw him under center. What if, hypothetically,
Michael McCorkle?
What if Michael McCorkle is good?
All right, well, good. Look, I'll tell you this. I will tell you this right now. I ain't no fronter. I'm not going to act like I'm holier than thou, like I'm above it all. If Michael comes in and he starts balling and he's great and he's the second coming of at least like Justin Herbert or something and gives you hope or something like that, I'll be like, yo, I was wrong. The kid could play. It could work. Like, I'll do that. I ain't got no shame. I'll do that. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Okay. Max is asking us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Will you call him Mac if he wins the Super Bowl?
Sure. That'll be I won't say that'll be the first time.
Well, what if he's good? What if they get to the playoffs? Is he still Michael? Like, what if he's good? What if he, you know what? Okay, this kid is good. He's good enough to be Mac. Or is Super Bowl the only way he's good enough to be Mac?
I haven't determined yet. I haven't determined what'll get him back into Mac land. But right now he's Michael. And quite possibly I might do like my partner. He's Michael McCorkle.
The Game 916 says Michael McCorkle is going to give us a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl. And then, well, that's awfully optimistic, thinking that Michael McCorkle is going to get you to the Super Bowl.
What, on Madden? Is that where he's getting the lead?
Look, all I know, this dude went to Alabama, and it's unfair. There is a certain member of our beloved ESPN 1320 program who you refer to this young man as Michael. I refer to this young man as Michael McCorkle, and there's a fellow person in the ESPN 1320 family who refers to him as AJ McCarron. Like this dude, I mean, what has he got? Like he had the highest completion percentage, I think it was. He had a massive QBR. I mean, could he be that bad?
Yes.
And is it just because what bothers you the most? Is it that he doesn't move around a lot? He's a stationary quarterback in a league that it feels like, unless you're Tom Brady, stationary quarterbacks don't really exist anymore.
Yeah. And he doesn't have any defining attributes that stick out. Like he's about average across the board. He gets the ball out quick. Yeah, okay, whatever. Like, who cares? I don't want to say who cares, but who can't get the ball out quick?
Well, there are some. I get it. Like that. I understand that doesn't make you feel any better, but there are some.
Even then, I'll even say this. I'll take that back. It's not who cares, and it's not who gets the ball out quick. But though anybody can get the ball out quick, like there's more quarterbacks who get the ball out quick than don't. I think. If you give them a defined read, like, yo, this is the first option, hit him. Like, there is nothing elite about Mac Jones. Michael. There's nothing elite about him.
We're accumulating just as many notes as possible for our 8-hour draft show coming up, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog 3 weeks from today. Here's a question regarding Mac Jones. It says, can he make plays off schedule? Meaning, can he scramble around? Can he improvise?
Mm-hmm.
Jones did not move around a lot and stayed primarily a pocket passer. Only 10% of Jones' pass attempts last season came from outside the pocket. When he did throw the ball outside the pocket, it was not his best work. Among 68 qualified Power 5 passers in 2020, Jones' 6.7 yards per attempt on throws outside the pocket ranked 26th amongst quarterback. He averaged 11.7 yards per attempt when he was inside the pocket. So when they say Michael McCorkle can't move around, they legitimately mean he can't move around. He is a drop back quarterback. He is a guy who stays in his lane. He stays in the pocket. Hell, sometimes I don't even know that he's a drop back quarterback. I think he's one of those quarterbacks that takes everything in the shotgun. He's not an under center guy. No. He just progression 1, progression 2, progression 3. Throw the ball away if he doesn't. And that's not what he does very often, to be fair. He doesn't throw the ball away very much. As we mentioned, he had a completion rate. I think it was 64%. So
once again, it feels like, it really feels this way, that nobody in their right mind would ever take Michael Jones over Justin Fields and Trey Lance. That's certainly what it feels like. Even when you watch these shows, you get ups and your first takes, and these people are doing their mock drafts. All they ever say is It looks like the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones at 3. And here's what I'll say. If that's your guy and he fits your system, then you take him. Nobody says he's better. Nobody even really says like he's that good to be a top 3 pick in the draft, to be a top 5 pick in the draft. Nobody says that. It's just if that's what you want to do, basically saying I wouldn't do this ridiculous stuff. But if that's what you want to do, if you like it, I love it. That's what people say all the time. That's what they say in the Kyle Shanahan.
There's a ton of comments here worth getting to here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. So Michael McCorkle is basically Jimmy G.
Probably worse.
I think that's a little bit of the fear. Here's a question from Jared Brown. Any chance the 49ers are talking up Michael McCorkle to get the Jets to take him? No. The Jets aren't taking him. The Jets are taking Zach Wilson. And there was a follow-up question from our man D3500. Here it is. Maybe the Jets trade back. That's not happening either. The Jets are not trading back. And that was
on that. You sniffed that out immediately, partner.
Yeah, that
the
was
Jets
pretty.
Know who they want. The Niners know who the Jets are getting.
That was solidified by the trade of Sam Darnold, and that's where we are. Zach Wilson. What's interesting is you'll hear an argument. It's Trevor Lawrence. It's been Trevor Lawrence for 4 or 5 years. It might have been Trevor Lawrence when he was a senior in high school or something. I'm not sure, but it's been Trevor Lawrence for a very long time. You'll hear people make the argument of Zach Wilson versus Justin Fields. You'll hear people say, I mean, you really can't go wrong if you're the Jets and you take Justin Fields or Zach Wilson. You're going to be happy either way.
Mm-hmm.
But I have never. But it seems similar to the 49ers situation, which is why maybe I should change my tone when I ask you some of these questions. It feels like the Jets are drafting Zach Wilson. You know, their general manager, I think is it Joe Douglas? He didn't confirm. But you read body language. You know, he was asked about a Steve Young. Steve Young had said recently that the Jets are zeroed in on Zach Wilson. They've spoken to his family, that whole thing, and Joe Douglas was asked about that yesterday. He kind of smirked, or a couple of days ago. He kind of smirked and was like, "Well, Steve Young is pretty connected to the BYU organization over there, and." You know, we talked to Zach and we like his family, and you know we talked to them a little bit during pro day. And now we really like these guys here, and it's going to be a great draft. And he kind of shifts gears there a little bit, and he didn't say yes. Of course, we're drafting Zach Wilson, but it kind of a strong feeling there that maybe he was
right.
And with all of that said, still no one says Justin Fields to the San Francisco 49ers. Analysts say it, and you've mentioned this before, and I'm starting to lose track of what was on the air, what was during commercial, what was before the show. Mark Spears says it. Like other football players, Steve Young will say it. Those guys will say Justin Fields in the San Francisco. Those guys will say Justin Fields makes perfect sense. It's the Mel Kipers, it's the Adam Schefters, it's the reporters and then the guys who build mock drafts who be like, nope, it's Michael McCorkle, because we're hearing it's Michael McCorkle.
So this is probably McCorkle. This is probably an impossible question to answer, but I'm asking. Where do you think all this is coming from?
I love this game. I love the guess the source game.
Uh-oh.
No, I do. It's one game. it's because you can always figure out, like, the motives are easy to figure out when you hear there was locker room dissension, when you hear someone's name is being floated out for trade. Like you can figure out, you could figure out, you know, the source, or at least narrow down the source by, okay, who benefits from this? What's the benefit in leaking this? It really feels like this is all coming from the 49ers. Because there's no benefit for it to be mentioned by any other team out there. Mm-hmm. Because the 49ers are third, and you know who's going first, and you know who's going second. There's no, like, and it's kind of gross that NFL teams do this, but there's no like gamesmanship in saying, I heard so-and-so, I heard Justin Fields, for last guy in, first guy out. I heard that about him. He just, I don't know that he loves to be a football player. I don't know that he wants to be great. Like, who does that doesn't benefit anybody. Who does that benefit? What team does that doesn't help anybody. It hurts Justin Fields. It doesn't help anybody because we don't know what Atlanta's doing. We don't know what Cincinnati is doing. Those are the 4 and the 5. And it feels like there would be no benefit in any of the other 32 or 31 teams saying the San Francisco 49ers are taking Michael McCorkle. It's the old saying, when there's smoke, there's fire. There's a lot of smoke. There's a fire somewhere.
Right.
It feels like it's coming out of Santa Clara.
Now, I agree with the things that you're saying when it comes to that. Here's where I'm a little confused if that's where it's coming from. This team has been pretty tight-lipped with every move they've made since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan got there. Pretty tight-lipped. Like, yeah, you don't really know any of the trades that go down until they happen. The signings, I know maybe I've, committed these things a little more to memory because being a 49ers fan, but we didn't hear about Jimmy Garoppolo. We didn't hear about that trade. We didn't hear about the DeForest Buckner. We didn't hear about this trade. This trade came out of nowhere. So my question would be, all of a sudden, they're having a whole rollout for a move that they're making. That doesn't kind of add up.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Like, what you're saying makes perfect sense, but it goes against the history of this regime as far as like getting stuff out. So I don't know.
So give me an explanation then. I don't know what it is.
The thing that I can come up with, and it's hard because multiple people are hearing these things, right? But I think it all comes back to, and this is weird. This is how media, social media, society, fandom works today. I think it all kind of comes back to how much Chris Sims loves Mac Jones.
Okay.
I think that's what gives this more legs than if anybody else really said that. And then it's a game of telephone.
But okay, I get that. Okay. I mean, does it get to a point where Kyle goes like, hey, Chris, chill?
Bagley don't do it.
Okay. Well, there's that. I mean, and I don't even know, and I hesitated saying that because I don't even know that Kyle needs to do that. Like, that's not like he doesn't have to, he can't, not only should he not have to, he shouldn't police Chris's job. This is his job.
That's his job.
No matter where we think it's coming from, it very much is Chris's job, and he is good at it. He's obviously very, very well connected.
Right.
I don't agree with his assessment on Michael McCorkle, but I'm also not. I watched Justin Fields a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I saw Mac Jones because he was the Alabama quarterback. So you watch Alabama. If you watch college football, like, you see it.
Right.
It wasn't until this rumor went out that I was like, okay, wait a minute. Why would they take this dude when Justin Fields is going to be available? And then it was seeing your reaction. Then it was seeing Danny in San Francisco's reaction. Then it was getting the AJ McCarron, then it was like, wait a minute. Wait, is he that bad? And then you start, looking at some of the things he does well, looking at some of the things he does wrong. And it's like, okay, I see why 49er fans are a bit concerned about this.
Yeah, man. Look, Michael might have a really good NFL career. He's not a scrub of a quarterback. Even I'll say this in full discretion and complete honesty. Even if the Niners took him, I don't think he's going to be a scrub. Like, I don't think he'll be that. He's not going to be great. I don't look at him like that. But I think he'll be in the league for 10 years, one way or another, whether he's a starter or a career backup or something like that. Like, I could see that. But it's not anything that you do with the number 3 pick. You don't look at a guy with the number 3 pick and be like, at the number 3, he fits my system. Like, you don't do that. You just don't do that.
If Michael McCorkle was taken at 12, would you be okay with it?
I'd be okay with it if the other quarterbacks were off the board.
All 4 of them.
All 4 of them.
Trey and Justin. Okay.
If there was one remaining and you took Mac Jones, I probably wouldn't have the vitriol that I have right now, but I'd still be like, yo, what the hell?
Because you'd still have a first-round pick next year and the year after.
Yeah, well, that's a whole.
I got you.
Thing, right?
I hear you. 916-349-1320. There's I want to get to Mitch here. I want to get to these quarterback stats of quarterbacks taken in the top 5 as well. We got Deuce and Mo coming up in 10 minutes as well. Let's get to our man Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's good, baby?
How's it going, Damon?
Mitch. Yes, sir.
I'm calling to get my shots. You know, I feel like a dog, you know? When you bring home a dog, a pet shop or a shelter, there's a plan out there to be sure to rescue. That's how it feels like. Is this my mistake? Oh, I could be mistaken. Let's play pro football. You get hit in the head or something. How can you catch them in Josh Field? And if we do take Mac Jones, I think Landon's going to make a big trade too. So that's the part required to take that. He even watched Michael Field. Denver's got to be looking for a quarterback. He's going through.
That's a great point, Mitch. That's a good point that our man Mitch. I missed the dog. I didn't understand what he meant by the dog thing at the beginning. He kind of lost me with that one.
I don't know either.
But he does. But that. What if it's like if you're? It could be a complete free for all. If the 49ers really do take Michael McCorkle at 3 and Justin Fields is still out there. Even Trey Lance, I think, is this certain like aura of mystery because because he didn't play last year. Like they know that like they have film on him. They've seen him play and he was highly. That's why he played he was so highly regarded. That's why he played the exhibition game or I think it was akin to an exhibition game. And correct me if I'm wrong. Before the season started, it was Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and Trey Lance. Weren't those the quarterback rankings?
Yep.
And then still, Michael McCorkle was lower on that list. I think Zach Wilson. He was very much in play. It's not like Zach Wilson came out of nowhere, but he was very much in play. Could it be a free for all? Like, could Atlanta take Justin Fields? Could teams be scrambling around to get to the 4-5 spot? Like if Matt Ryan continues to be the quarterback for Atlanta, we know that Cincinnati's not taking a quarterback at 5. They could probably load up with first-round draft picks for the next 2 years if they move out of that position. There could very much be oh my God, they actually did it. And phones will be ringing there for the 4 and the 5 if Atlanta's not going the quarterback route.
There's
been talks about Atlanta trading out of that position for weeks now, including with San Francisco before they eventually traded it at 3.
I mean, it would just ruin everything. It would ruin the Niners. It would ruin the draft if they took Michael Jones.
Should I have like Kyle Matson on standby when if it's really selected? Do you need like some time to like step away from the mic and like regroup, have a drink, just woo-saw for a minute and go to your happy place?
I think I'll be all right because I'm mentally preparing myself. I think I don't know if I'll be finished by the time the draft gets here. I won't be complete, but I'll be able to handle it enough. I got people, on the Twitter who see things like you mentioned about Justin Fields. Oh, he's having another pro day. Mac and them are going, Kyle Shanahan and them are going. And they're like, see, I told you, everybody relax. They're doing their due diligence. Man, I said this the other day. The talk is too loud. It's too loud with this Michael Jones stuff for me to ignore. It's too loud. Too many people. I have to be prepared for it. I can't dismiss it and say, no way they won't do it. Because, common sense says they won't do it. But as I laid out earlier, Kyle Shanahan He just does whatever when it comes to evaluating players in the draft. They do a really good job late in the rounds. That's where their specialty is, finding gems late. That top of the draft, they struggle. They struggle mightily. And Kyle Shanahan, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he ever sees in a quarterback.
It seems the one concern that I keep stumbling across with Justin Fields is his ability under pressure. That's where he gets into some of his bad habits. His QBR dropped nearly 80 points when facing pressure compared to a clean pocket. So, for example, his completion percentage with no pressure was 79%. With pressure, it falls to 48%. His touchdown to interception ratio with no pressure is 17-3 versus 5-3. His total QBR with no pressure is 94 versus 15.
Oof.
So
That's tough.
now, of course, a clean pocket versus being rushed, there's going to be a discrepancy.
Right.
The concern it appears to be the size of the discrepancy between no pressure and pressure for Justin Fields.
And you know what? And that's fair. I don't think it really matters enough for me not to take him or for him not to be the second or third pick in the draft. But once again, Damian, what have I always said? And I feel like this is the pulse of all 49ers fans. If you take Justin Fields or Trey Lance and they fail, I'm okay. I can live with that. I don't expect you to be perfect all the time, but I can't. You can't take Mac Jones and that not work. That can't happen. You can get fired on that.
Okay. I promise I won't forget these quarterback stats. There's something, and we've got stats that run from 1990 to 2015. Just keep this in the back of your head. From 1990 to 2015, there were 30 quarterbacks drafted in the top 5. 30. 2 of them won Super Bowls.
Jeez.
I'll tell you which 2 later. Deuce and Mo, they join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. I got to take an early one real quick.
Yeah. And you can set up with Deuce and Mo coming back. Oh, man. I swear, if our human resources, our wonderful, wonderful human resources person didn't send us an email telling us timesheets were due, I would never, ever remember to turn the time sheet in. Oh, my gosh, dude. I cannot remember anything. 59 thumbs up, 59 watching. I'm with it. What? Oh, so y'all are messing around with the thumbs down, but I see y'all. Okay, everybody funny. Everybody comedian. All right, I got you. Guess it wasn't burner accounts from you know who. I see y'all. Okay. All right, John doing his job today. John, you get a pay raise. I get yelled at for my timesheet being late monthly. Yeah. I hear you. Oh, let's bring in the crew. Hang on, guys. I got to get rid of this banner. Hang on. Boom, and boom.
Look at us.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Yeah?
It sounds sarcastic. Why
know.
It did.
Didn't it really sound like she was being like, great?
You know what? Honestly, there's just so much crap I've been wanting to get done. And 2 days off from Kings is wonderful, but it's like, it's not enough. So I'm kind of excited for them to suck and not make the playoffs, so I can get a whole bunch of stuff done.
Morgan.
That's just for the live stream. No one else would get that. Just for the live
knew it. I know.
That Kate podcast was really freaking good, man.
Thank you, dude.
That was really good.
She's just amazing, but 2, she's so fun to just chat with.
Yeah.
Makes everything easy.
Yeah, she was like, I was sitting here. We had finished up the show, and I had to have a post-show call with Danny, and I still had to. I'm setting a couple of things for the YouTube video, and I was like, hey, like, why is Kate, like, what is this picture of, like, what am I looking at? I was like, oh, it's Deuce and Mo. I was like, oh. So I told him, you know, like, hey, Kate did Deuce and Mo's podcast.
Yeah.
So like it was I don't know if it was up on the podcast yet, but it was premiering, like it said, like in 7 minutes or 6 minutes or something. Yeah. And so as soon as I like wrapped up my work, like I went to the podcast and I listened to it on the walk with the dogs, and it's like, man, this is really, that was one of your conversation podcasts are really good, but that was one of my favorites. That one was really good.
Appreciate that, man.
Really, I felt that way when we left too. I felt just really like it. She's so easy to talk to, but she's also very like inspirational in so many ways too.
Deuce and Mo, what's going on?
What's up,
Kenny is back.
Come on, I'm here.
Yeah, these guys bailed me out last week. Like it was like 45 minutes with Deuce and Mo last week.
Oh, it's fun. I miss Kenny. I wanted Kenny to be talking about like the 8 seed, 7 seed, 6 seed. I missed all that.
It's still here. I heard Morgan. She said she wished I was here. I appreciate it, Morgan.
Yeah, I did.
They're still here. It's still here. As dim and grim as it all is.
I know. It is wild. It actually makes me more frustrated because if they had just been okay right now, we'd be having a real fun conversation.
Hang on 1 second. That's going to be what we come back with. Hang on. Yes, indeed. And we encourage you to head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel as we welcome in our good friends Deuce and Mo of the Deuce and Mo podcast. They dropped a fantastic episode with Kate Scott of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game yesterday. And of course, the two will be back with Night Chat following the Sacramento Kings games tonight because they are playing multiple games. I don't know why I plural.
Please do not give us multiple games.
They got a double header tonight, guys. I don't know if you're aware of that. They got Let's play two, indeed. Hey, so I want to bring everybody in on a conversation we were having there just during the commercial break, and it's something I had in my notes too. So I'll ask you, Deuce and Mo. I'll ask you guys this, and Kenny, jump in here. Well, for Kenny, I know the answer because I know how optimistic my guy is. But is it more frustrating that the Kings are playing bad right now, but are still very, 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 very much in the conversation for the play-in game versus if you could just wash your hands with it and move on and start looking at the future?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it is more frustrating because although the one way to look at it is like, hey, they're still in it, man. They haven't lost a lot of ground. They're just a couple games behind Golden State. Let's go. But I'm like, do you guys have any confidence that they're going to all of a sudden get hot and put it all together? We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting just consistent basketball. I'm not saying they got to win 7 in a row and keep that going, but can you just have like a decent stretch? But it's like, hey, it's 7 in a row or we lose 5 in a row. And it's what are we doing?
And then do you want to see it slowly like get into that playing game with this kind of caliber of play and then be in that playing game and just let everyone down? I mean, would you I
want to get in the playing
confidence?
Game.
But would you even have confidence if they were in that playing game?
Yes, actually, maybe I would because I think they have to play better basketball to get in. They're behind Golden State. They're behind these teams.
Right, but they play better basketball and then they stop playing better basketball consistently throughout this entire season. It's their bit. Great bit.
I said yes. I said the other day. The question of whether or not they'll make the play-in game really relies on what streak they're on at the end of the season. Because the streak is coming. Like they're going to be on a streak. Did they time it right where their bad streak will end right like maybe 2 weeks before their good streak starts, and that's what's going to push them into the playoffs. But that's just what they are. Yeah,
you know why it's so frustrating, Kenny? Because it doesn't. I just want to see more emotion. Like if you're losing to Minnesota like that, I want to see guys get upset. I see guys get upset at themselves in a game. But can we even? Do you guys recall any time this season where Fox has gotten mad at somebody or Harrison's yelled at this guy for doing that? Like, there's none of that. And that's where I go, where's the competitive fire? Like, just show me that you care a little bit. It's one thing to get mad because you missed a shot, but I want to see some guys. Do you guys care about losing? You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. And I don't know if I feel that.
Casey, I feel like they say the right things, like but Harrison's not going to yell. Certainly, he's not going to yell publicly. He's not going to yell, on the Zoom press conference. De'Aaron, I don't think that's his personality at all. The most personality I've ever seen from De'Aaron, it was the All the Smoke podcast. I felt like that was like, okay, this is sort of a different side of De'Aaron. He was a little bit more animated. He was fun, and I think that's a testament to Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson as they get guys to kind of come in and immediately, figuratively kind of like let their hair down and chill and talk. But in terms of sitting on that God blessing Zoom call that we're all on that's not going to be it. He's not going to do it.
It's not even, to me, it's not about doing it in a post-game press conference. I'm talking about like, hey, something just defensive breakdown. Wallen has to call a timeout. We're walking back to the bench. Show me a little fire. And I think that's the Kings missed that. They need somebody that's going to get on Fox. They need someone who's going to get on.
They need Kent Bazemore back.
I mean, something, because it's just, to me, it's become too acceptable. And how many times it's like, we just got to be consistent. We got to keep doing. We got to keep fighting and play some defense.
It's definitely a missing piece. When you really look at, you look at usually positions and skill sets when you're like, what do the Kings need? You look at that energy piece and someone that's going to be that vocal leader, and they're absolutely missing that. But at the same time, I do believe that Tyrese Halliburton can turn into that. I think his rookie year, trying to get things under his belt, you see the emotion after losses. You see his joy when he's loving the game that he is playing. And he also has that presence around this team where you feel like everyone likes him. So when everyone likes you and everyone respects you, then you've gained the respect to actually yell at them, to talk to them differently or aggressively if you need to do that during a game. And I think Tyrese can be that, but it's just not going to happen right now.
And to your point, Mo, it's not even about yelling at them. It's about we know you were wrong. You got to be here. Let's correct that. I don't have to yell at you and curse at you and berate you for that to happen. But you need to understand, no, that can't happen. That was wrong. And even on the flip side, like we were talking about earlier, me and Damian, I can only remember 2 occasions when they were boisterous and up in a positive way. There was the time, because I remember we just went really hard on De'Aaron that day on the show. And then he came out that night and had the dunk and yelled so they could hear it all across the Sacramento region against the Pacers. And then the other time I knew it really got, the only other time I knew it really got to him was the first Detroit game when Harrison hits a step back three it didn't seal it, but it put him up by like 4 with like 28 seconds left. And Harrison doesn't do anything, turns around, yells at the bench, pumping. He don't ever do none of that, right? But he's cursing. He's like, yeah, this is my, I'm saying, da-da-da-da. Those are the only 2 times, even in a positive way, I can remember them yelling and doing all that. Rashawn Holmes kind of does it here and there, but that's really about it. They're even killed and kind of bland, even when things are going right.
And you see the impact of someone that brings a little emotion and accountability on the floor, like Chris Paul. Look at the Phoenix Suns. They've been a joke for a better part of a decade.
Yeah.
Even last year, like no one thought they deserved to go to the bubble. They did well in the bubble. I'm not sure that 8-0 bubble stretch translated. What translated was Chris Paul came to town, and Monty Williams is a really good head coach. And to have that on-floor leader that obviously is still skilled, it's not like Chris Paul is a stud. We saw that last night in that win against Utah. But he'll hold guys accountable. There's certain expectations you have to have. And maybe it's because Chris Paul's been around a long time and he's seen everything. He's been through the ups and downs. But just having that like coach on the floor, I think is so impactful.
Yeah.
6 of the 7 teams with the longest playoff droughts in NBA history are going to end.
I know
this year. The one stretch is Chicago. Chicago is in the mix. That might not end. They might wind up in a play-in situation. But you just said it. Better part of a decade. Phoenix is 10 years. New York is 7. It's going to wind up being if Chicago doesn't make the playoffs, it's going to be Sacramento at 15. And the Bulls at 5. And if the Bulls make the playoffs, I don't even remember what the other team was. It's the longest is going to be like 3.
Right?
Hornets? Is it the Hornets?
No, the Hornets are going to make the playoffs.
I know.
Like Minnesota or something like that.
Minnesota.
This is like the most deflating.
It's Minnesota at 3.
I honestly feel like I just felt my body just kind of drop. Like, this sucks. It's
Sacramento 15, Minnesota 3.
It doesn't surprise me. Like, I don't know how this team. No, I do know how. I think we all know how this team has been consistently bad for so long, because the amount of turnover, one, and then every time there's something new, you have to develop underneath that regime, and every time it hasn't worked. And now finally you're seeing pieces that give you this hope of seeing what the future can hold with this team. But when they lose some of these games that they've been losing, you guys, doesn't it wipe all that away for you in some ways? Like, doesn't it just go, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't be fooled, and they are what they are?
I think that's
go ahead, Deuce. Yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking about that because I remember being younger, and of course, you guys remember watching, like, when Jason Thompson got drafted, Spencer Hawes, and being sold, like, hey, this is the front court of the future. I saw a YouTube video the other day that was like,
I think I seen the same one you said. It was like Francisco Garcia, right? And the guy was like, the front court of the future. You don't have to worry about this anymore.
Right. So I don't think we're getting fooled. Like, De'Aaron Fox is a stud. He is. Now, how good is he going to get? That's up to him. Like, how is he going to improve? I think Tyrese Halliburton's a really good. I don't think the Kings and Kings fans are getting fooled by some of the level of talent that they have here. But, like, there's obviously something big missing. And there's been something big missing in Sacramento for a long time. How many years have we been talking about bad defense in Sacramento? Like, honestly. Longer 15. Than the playoff streak. I mean, it's crazy.
But is that big thing missing? Is that one extra star player? Yeah. Because you look at De'Aaron's potential and you're like, oh, you see it, but it's not there. And then if you pair De'Aaron with that star player, would we be having so many different conversations, just like a lot of teams with that star player?
Yeah, I think we absolutely would. I think to answer your question, Damian, and to piggyback off of what Deuce Mo are saying, I don't think they're that far off. You know what I mean? They're not. It's not. What was that? 4 years ago, the year Fox was drafted, or something like that. It's not that. It's something. It's something missing that's going to keep them from getting to another level. And maybe they have it. Maybe it's going to take time. Maybe it needs another year of Tyrese Halliburton. Whatever the case may be. But they're not that far away. They're far away from being what Phoenix has turned into. So I'm not saying they would be that. But as far as
it took them 1 year to do, by the way. They stunk last year. It took them one freaking year to do that.
And look what they added.
That's the goose that laid the golden egg is Chris Paul.
That's it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC and Deuce and Mo on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station. And driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway, Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan with us here as they are each and every single Thursday. We went over these numbers, man. The Chris Paul effect is real. When he went to the Hornets, their win percentage was 220. It went up to 463 by the time he left. The Clippers, 390. It went to 606. The Rockets, 671, went to 793. The Thunder, 598, went to 611. And with the Suns, the win percentage went from 466 to 720. Those are all. And as my partner laid out beautifully, when he left, the win percentage went back down. The Rockets are the only anomaly where it only went down a little bit. They were good with Chris Paul. They were great. And then they kind of went back to good, and now they're now they're kind of gone.
And the Clippers hung around a little bit too.
Yeah, right. Here, sure, of course they did. Sorry. Here's the interesting thing. If you were Chris Paul, because obviously the answer is Chris Paul. King signed with Chris Paul. Boom, 1 seed next year. That's how it works.
I don't know. I mean, remember we thought the same thing with George Karl. Hey, he never misses the playoffs. Bring him to Sacramento. We're going.
Don't lump me in that. I ain't say that. I ain't no we. Chris Paul's got a player option next year, and this stunned the hell out of me. $44 million next year for Chris Paul. He's 36 years old. You're Monty Williams. You're that crew there in Phoenix. You see what's happening. What do you do if you're Chris Paul? And what do you do if you're Phoenix?
Well, if you're Phoenix, you got to keep the guy around. He's still playing at a high level, right? I think a couple of years ago we started seeing maybe a dip in his play. He wasn't healthy. He shifted to the plant-based diet. He looks like he's in great shape. You've seen what he's done the last couple of years. I just think for Chris, he may reach a point. He may be like, you know what? I'm going to go play with my friend somewhere. Get the chance to win a championship. That's the one thing that he's missing at this point in time. And he may have a chance this year to maybe get there. I wouldn't pick the Suns at this point, but they're playing pretty good basketball. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to, can he go with LeBron? I know that seems crazy,
or
but
will they turn him down again? God, just thinking about that and the way that whole thing happened, obviously, back in the day.
with David Stern.
Yeah.
One of the wildest NBA stories in history.
Right. And it's crazy to think about too, where Chris Paul's talent still is, even from that time. So you add him to that kind of roster and you're just thinking automatic championship because of what he's able to accomplish on teams that don't even have pieces like LeBron James. I know Devin Booker is still a very, very talented piece, but you add that veteran and Chris Paul next to him, it just elevates that team to a whole nother level. And so, these teams need to look at the importance of Chris Paul. And I didn't think I'd be saying this about Chris Paul at the age of 36, but you're seeing his game just go up and up and up. And you watch him even in that game against the Jazz, his confidence, the way that he does anything on the court. And on top of that, lifts up his younger teammates. It's incredible what he's capable of doing right now in the league.
And when you look at Chris Paul and what he's able to do, I always talk about how he just puts everybody where they're supposed to be. Devin Booker, great ball player. But now you take him off the ball. You allow Chris Paul to orchestrate the offense and get the ball to Devin Booker. And he's an all-star. You know what I mean? He's an all-star. He was always an all-star talent, but now he's achieved that to the point where he's going to be an all-star for numerous years at this point, in my opinion. But let me ask both of you guys this, kind of in the same vein as Damien's question. If, say, Chris Paul, they make it to the second round of the playoffs, and Chris Paul's like, I like it here. I like Phoenix. I'm opting out, but I like it here. I want to stay. I want 3 years, $90 million. What does Phoenix do in that situation? Can Phoenix afford to be like, well, no, we've been a joke for a decade, but we're going to let you walk? I don't know if they can.
I don't know if they can either. And maybe it's like, hey, can we get you two with a team option for year 3? So you can go somewhere else after that. I think you would have to keep him around if they made it deeper. I think he's that important. If he leaves, I don't think that Devin Booker's like, oh, well, I went to 1 year of Chris Paul University and now I can carry a team by myself.
Yeah.
I think Chris Paul is that important. And if he's still playing, I mean, he seems healthy, right? He seems like he's in great shape. There's no reason he wouldn't still be effective. Now, could his play drop off in the next couple of years? Sure. But I still think he's such a smart player that he would still be effective for you.
Yeah, Kenny, you say that out loud and automatically you're going to hear a lot of people say, no way do you do that. And really, though, you have to factor in just everything that Damien was reading off with what he's done for each of these teams. And again, there's obviously other pieces included, but Chris Paul was on each of those rosters. And I think sometimes there's things like this that do go unnoticed with these type of players. And this is also why he's just going to keep getting paid as he continues his career into his late 30s.
Yeah. Real quick, Damien, let me just say this. And I don't know if this isn't a knock on wood thing. Maybe it's something for us to be happy about and be positive about here.
Okay. I'm ready for this.
Can you imagine if the Suns did probably what they should have done and got Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah. Right.
Like, hey, see you later, Chris Paul. Tyrese went to a year of Chris Paul University, and now we got Tyrese and Devin Booker moving forward. That would be crazy.
And you can go over all the draft mistakes from the Suns and Kings, and it's pretty bad. They passed on De'Aaron too.
1 week from today, by the way, the Kings and Suns. So there you have it. We got that ready for you. What's the biggest difference between the winning streak, the winning Kings, and the losing streak Kings?
I think when they win,
we have enough time for this answer. I
think when they win, it's pretty simple. They play solid enough defense and they score a ton of points. How many times have we seen them this year shoot over 50% in a game and lose? It's pretty insane. Typically, if you shoot 50% in a game, you're feeling pretty good about your chances to win an NBA game. That doesn't happen.
They shot 56% once. I think it was Toronto. It was just an absurd number.
They lost.
Like 20. Yeah.
You know what I want to say, like, when I see that question, I go, okay, well, maybe it's De'Aaron. Like, De'Aaron's the difference. But you see in some of these losses, De'Aaron's still contributing in these high numbers, and he's still doing a lot. But if you watch with your eyeballs, can't you tell there's something different about his play? It's not as confident. It's not as lifted, which I believe truly doesn't help his other teammates in their confidence. When he's confident and at his highest level of play and he's down to get to the rack anytime he needs to step back with confidence, the ball is moving. That's when everyone is playing at that high level. And when he's not playing like that, ball is not moving, you see everyone stops trusting each other and go, okay, all right, I need to do this little step back three. I need to take over and do this little floater, whatever it is. And it's like, no, the ball should be touching at least three guys' hands before it's hitting the rim.
Yeah. I try to figure out in these streaks of the losing streaks compared to the winning streaks. And I think I agree with what Morgan's saying. It's all on De'Aaron Fox. And we mentioned this numerous times, but it's all on him. And it's a lot on his plate.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I mentioned this yesterday. I want to hear what you guys think. De'Aaron Fox, one of the top players in the league, in my opinion. What other top player has to be the best player on offense and defense? I don't think there's another player in the league that has a responsibility.
Well, you look at someone like Drew Holiday, which obviously without Giannis playing and what he's been able to contribute for that team, he plays on both sides of the ball. But again, I feel like he's underrated in so many ways because you probably didn't even, I don't know if you did you have him as one of your top players in the league? I don't think a lot of people have him there, but he really, truly plays on both sides of the ball, which helps someone like Giannis. So he doesn't have to average 30 points and can stick around that 16 mark.
But to my point, though, he's willing to do it.
Yeah.
But if Holiday has 15 on a night, they're still good. Like they can still handle it. Fox has to be 25 and come 3 minutes left. You need to guard D'Angelo Russell and shut him down. Yeah. And I'm not comparing him to him. You guys understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But as much as people talk about Luka's not looked at to be the top 3 defender on his team. You know what I mean? It's just Luka, orchestrate everything on the offensive end. We'll find somebody to take care of defense. De'Aaron, maybe if we went through, team for team, maybe there's another player, but I don't think there's another top player in the league with that type of responsibility. Somebody in the chat saying Kawhi. Kawhi has Paul George. If Kawhi wants to take a break on the defensive end, they'll stick Paul George on him. De'Aaron doesn't have that luxury. And that's, to our earlier point, that's kind of maybe what they're missing.
Sure, I'll give you that. But the other thing is when you have a historically bad defense, and I believe De'Aaron Fox can be a really good defensive player in this league. He doesn't bring it enough on that end. There's too many mistakes. And it's not all on him either. But when you're that bad defensively at times, and De'Aaron's the best player on the team, you just got paid a lot of money. I think it's up to you to set the tone. We talk about him setting the tone offensively, but think about how easy the Kings offense could score if all of a sudden De'Aaron's deflecting balls and they're moving on a string. Like it changes everything for the Kings. And I think he's got to put some pressure on himself on that side of the ball. And I understand there is a lot in this play. It's like, hey, De'Aaron, we need you to push the pace. We need you to attack the rack and make your free throws and hit some threes. And oh, by the way, you need to defend. But this is why you get paid money. These are the expectations that come with being a franchise player, right? And it's you either want it or you don't. So he's got to find a way, and maybe it's this offseason training. I don't know what it is, that next year he can do both sides consistently, not just when there's like a matchup that he wants to get fired up for.
Yeah.
You guys excited for WrestleMania this weekend?
No.
Yeah,
No.
Are you going to watch WrestleMania this weekend?
I don't know.
Number one, why do we have to do 2 nights? Why?
Well, I'd rather do 2 nights than 8 hours.
Yeah, that one.
It shouldn't be 2 nights or 8 hours long.
Agreed.
And also, I don't know. I'm sorry, and maybe I read about it more than I actually watch nowadays. I'm not getting fired up for Drew McIntyre and Bobby Lashley. WrestleMania used to be the biggest stars. This is it? This is Mania? You're selling me a Bad Bunny and The Miz or something? I'm like, what are we doing here?
You know, and I just looked at my calendar and we got King's Jazz on Saturday, and then I have to water my plants on Sunday. So I'm just thinking I'm not going to have time.
Yeah, I got to wash my hair.
I got to be honest, though. I guarantee I'll check in. I always say this, I crap on it, but then I'll watch it because there's just like, I have, it's like the Kings. I have this like little hope that this is going to be it there's going to be some crazy surprise that happens and it's going to suck me back in as a fan and get me fired up for the product again. And then I get let down almost every time.
For me, it'll be like playoff baseball where I just kind of turn it on and just like have it there ready to go. Just in case.
I'm curious about the presentation with fans in Raymond J Stadium. I feel like that's going to amplify things a little bit. But I also feel like WrestleMania is now the Super Bowl in the sense, and I know that comp has been made for years, and I'm sure Vince McMahon started that. But you kind of tune into the Super Bowl, like Morgan was just talking about. It doesn't matter if it's the Rams and the Patriots or it's something that's completely disinteresting. Like 90 million people are still going to tune in. Wrestling fans are going to be mad about the card. Yes, it's going to be Peacock costs like $2.50. Like they're going to put, if you got Verizon, it's free. Like they're going to put it on and keep an eye out on it and hope to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
It's just, for longtime fans like us, Damien, though, it's like I hate doing like back in my day, but back in the day, like you talk about some amazing WrestleMania cards, and like you don't get the sense that this is ever going to happen. I even gave last year's a chance, and that was super weird because it was early in the pandemic. They're doing it. Yeah, that was.
Well, you know, I mean, when you got the smoking guns going up against Demolition, I mean, it's hard to get back to
those
that.
are 2 different eras. I'm calling foul. That didn't happen.
William Bart did not do that.
I believe Bart got knocked out by Butterbean though at a WrestleMania.
Oh, dude, like
Deuce and Mo
for real knocked out.
The Deuce and Mo. Morgan just looks disgusted by all of this.
It's so funny because like some of these names that you speak of and that I know of, I'm like, oh, really? That even happened? Yes, but you're all nerds and you will all be watching anyway. I know you.
Thank
all
you.
will.
You've been to WrestleMania. Knock it off. That's Deuce and Mo. Check out the Deuce and Mo podcast. Check out the night chat immediately following tonight's Sacramento Kings and Detroit Pistons game here on YouTube and Twitch. They're always fun. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. All right. Awesome job, guys. Thank you as always.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, the lineup is pretty whack though. I was trying to
not good. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to maybe. Well, you know my boy Randy Orton. I want to see how that plays out, but that's probably about it.
That was one of the things. When did you see the video of the Fiend coming from under the ring, like all burnt up? I loved it. I thought it was great.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, it's too cartoonish for me.
I'd rather them be cartoonish than not acknowledge that Randy Orton just set his ass on fire in the middle of the ring.
Now, Randy Orton get burned, and the next week it is 3rd-degree burn or heel.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here?
Well, don't forget that a fireball was shot at him. He blocked it with his face.
That's right. He blocked it. He got his hand up.
Good.
For all you wrestling guys here, so everyone's like an Edge fan. Everyone's cool about that whole thing. Because me,
Edge is why were they overrating Edge? Like he was fine.
And that's,
he was that dude, but he hasn't been there for a while.
AEW then tried acting like, oh, they have a big guard coming to AEW, and then it ended up being Christian. And it's like, what are we doing with these guys? I'm very confused. There's such talented young people out there that are showing that they deserve to be the new names of these companies, and instead they're just going backwards.
The star of AEW last night was Mike Tyson.
Oh God, I didn't want that.
What are we doing with that? I mean, I like you see him come out, rip his shirt, and then him he struggled getting in the ring
a little bit.
A little
bit.
Yeah, This is not the enforcer. What if
me pull up the DVR right now? I didn't know this happened.
Yeah, last night.
Check this out right now. They're getting more rating.
I like AEW. I like AEW more than I like WWE right now. But like that's the type of stuff. I'm like, why Tyson? I don't get it.
29 more thumbs up. Get there.
John's one job is to get us to 100 every day.
I love it. I love it, John. That's awesome.
That is John's job, and he is paid handsomely for it.
Get us to 100 every day.
Get us to 100.
I love it.
I'm trying to think of what else. Yeah, no, Edge doesn't do it for me. I feel like they're parading Edge like he is
God.
The Rock.
Yeah,
I don't.
They really are.
I don't love that either at all.
And what other match is intriguing?
I'm glad they threw Daniel Bryan in it though.
Yes, that will make it better.
Because it's like, okay, I can get down with this. I like it. I can.
Yeah, and what was the point of winning the Royal Rumble?
Yeah, there was none. None. I mean, he still gets the title match. He just doesn't get the title match to himself. Brian just finds his way to wiggle his way into main events at WrestleMania. Like, it's like, fine, put him in it. Like, whatever. God damn it. Just put him in the main event.
Oh, God. And what's so sad is I know I will still end up watching some of it on Sunday. Probably not Saturday.
I think we'll be pleasantly surprised just because.
A lot going on Saturday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll see a lot of Saturday, but I'll see Saturday on Sunday. Exactly. They got to show out in front of the live crowd. Like they've got to. I think it's got to be solid. So we'll see what they do. Who knows?
Low expectations.
There you go. That's a good way to do it. Low expectations.
All right, guys.
Have a good
guys.
All right, we'll see you.
See ya. I feel like this is gonna. I really thought this was gonna be a swerve somewhere. Like the Hurt Business was gonna come back together.
Man,
sorry, that's me.
Not happy about that.
Let's break up the most popular entity in our company right now.
Oh, I think I just passed Mike. Huh.
Dude, Aceberg, yo, that's real talk. That's real talk.
D'Lo and Casey continues on ESPN 1320.
I always appreciate our good friends Deuce and Mo being so generous with their time and hanging out with us as we roll along here on this Thursday. Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight against the Detroit Pistons. We will spend plenty of more time talking about that. One thing that we haven't really talked about, and I don't imagine we're going to talk a ton about, on this day in 2002, Tiger Woods won his second Masters. Masters began today.
Okay.
What would it take for you to be interested in the Masters this weekend? I mean, we got the Jazz and the Kings. We've got a 2-night WrestleMania. We've got a WrestleMania preview coming up tomorrow at 4 o'clock on Twitch and YouTube. I don't even know that it's a WrestleMania preview as much as it's just going to be wrestling talk, and we'll tie in WrestleMania tomorrow at 4 o'clock exclusively on Twitch and YouTube.
Talk more past WrestleMania,
probably. And if you want to get in on that, DM your email address, man. We'll throw some people into the stream and have some fun.
I'm gonna just pull back the curtain a little bit. Aceberg, I got to get you the link. You got to get in on the show, man.
Do that.
My guy, Aceberg. Like I said, you and him are the two wrestling historians that I know, and I call you guys historians. Yeah,
I love it.
Got to get Ace in there.
I love it.
But you asked about the Masters. What would it take? I mean, I guess maybe like a really tight back nine on Sunday.
Sure, yeah.
But I gotta admit, I mean, for me, it's always been Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's not Tiger, I'm not saying these guys aren't good or nothing like that. The Rory McIlroys and I don't know who the new guy is that's really killing it. But I mean, it's all about Tiger. And if it's not Tiger, if I get to it, I get to it. If I don't, it's okay.
I'll always watch no matter who is in contention. If it's a like you just laid out, if it's a back nine and we're talking about a shot for shot, like everything that happens is meaningful. I'll flip over. Usually, I mean, because of the nature of the way the tournament is set up, I'm really locked in on Thursdays and Fridays.
Right.
Even when Tiger was around, it was like, okay, they're done in Augusta. Where's Tiger? On Thursday, it's like, yeah, like where's Tiger on Friday? Okay. I'm gonna check it out on Saturday, and then if he's in that final group on Sunday, I'll plop my ass on the couch and I'll watch the Masters on Sunday to watch Tiger.
It was the Masters a couple years where he won, right? Was that the Masters? Yeah,
with that big, massive crowd of people.
That was a moment, man.
Oh, absolutely.
That was a moment. Like I didn't look like he was going to be in contention and win. I was like, this is cool, but I didn't realize the moment it would be until, you know, maybe the last two holes when you got the massive following. And it's like, yo, this guy came all the way back. He did this.
And I really didn't. I didn't believe that he would. I didn't think like it felt like he was never going to win another major again. He was winning tournaments before, but it felt like it's just elusive. And you see guys, you know, random guys win golf tournaments all of the time. Like one guy wins one tournament, and you'll hear about like a golfer's resume where they've got, you know, one major win in like 15 years on the tour or something like that.
Yeah.
But there's enough good, you know, there's enough big name golfers that I'm interested. There's no dominant golfer. Dustin, I think it's fair to say Dustin Johnson's probably the most dominant golfer out there.
Number one guy right now.
But he's not Tiger.
Wow.
In multiple ways. He's not Tiger. So it's like I'll pay attention though, because I do, you know, I do think a beautiful golf game is it's a beautiful thing to watch, because you talk about watching LeBron do what he does or Derrick Henry do what he does. I watch those guys. I've swung a golf club before and hurt for a week. Like I look at those guys thinking, man, how do you? That's just perfect. I think the same thing about pitchers. Perfect placement of a ball, whether you're swinging or throwing. Like it's
hard to do.
It's phenomenal.
And when you throw that hard, like you do it one time, and it really feels like your arm's going to separate. From
man,
the body. You try to throw super, even to like ESPN zone or something like that. And they have the pitch,
the clock. Yeah.
You try to like, oh yeah, I'm about to hump it up right here. Get to 85, and I thought that thing, my arm's about to fall off. It's 68, something like that, man. That thing will be getting bombed. But,
and you're asking the ESPN zone guy for some ice, and like, hey, that's probably why they ended ESPN zone. Like all these grown ass men throwing their arms out. Just shut the whole operation down.
Yeah. So there's that. The other thing that I think golf suffers from when a casual fan like myself, like people don't like saying you're a casual. No, I'm a casual in golf. I'm a super casual. And it's the same thing I feel kind of about the UFC. Is the top guy is never the top guy for too long. So you said it's Dustin Johnson right now. Feels like 2 years ago, you guys were telling me about Rory McIlroy.
It's probably longer than 2 years ago, but yeah.
He was about to take it up. And then remember when Sergio came and everybody was like, Sergio Garcia.
That freaking guy. Yeah, I do remember. No, you're right. Like guys when, you know, guys, they get their tournaments, they get their wins, they get a major win, and it sparks conversation, and then like that's kind of it's just a question of whether they get another one after that. You know what I mean? Or how many more did they get after that? That was the thing with Dustin. He started racking them up. 916-349-1320. A very rare appearance from Ramsey here on the phone lines.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Guys are sparking me because I'm definitely looking forward to the Masters this weekend. I mean, right now, I mean, we've got Justin Rose is in the lead at the moment, but
okay.
It's still early. It's Thursday, and I mean, honestly, it's not the same Masters without Tiger, but hopefully it should be competitive with the big group of golfers that have made golf competitive within the last probably year to 2 years, or some of the younger ones that have been coming off the past probably 6 months to a year now. I'd honestly like to see like maybe Colin Morikawa get his second major, or Colin Morikawa. He went to Cal.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you said something else. Yeah.
No,
I heard him.
Yeah, I mean, he won. I think it was the U.S. Open. He won one major last year. Either him or maybe Justin Thomas bring it home. I mean, DJ might get another one. You always know if he's healthy, Brooks Koepka will be in contention.
Wasn't Koepka like the next dude?
Yeah, he was a big deal. Yeah, he was a big deal for sure.
But he's been hurt. He's had a couple surgeries he's had to go through. with lower extremities. Like I think he's still coming off like I want to say a knee injury or something of that nature.
No love.
He's coming off of.
No love for Cameron Champ here.
I mean, we all love Cameron, but let's be realistic.
Yeah, I mean, he's even right now. That's good for, that's good for top 10. He's even right now. You mentioned Justin Rose leading the way 4 under. Both of those guys, they're all finished.
What happened?
Cam's the local guy.
What happened to Justin Spieth? Was he a guy?
Jordan Spieth.
No,
Jordan Spieth.
He actually won his first tournament like 5 years last weekend, but I was just looking at it real quick. He just had a triple bogey on 9.
Yikes.
So it basically whatever good golf he had in front of him, that just wiped it all out with a triple bogey.
All right.
I hope he does something, but it's more, and with a lot of golfers, it's more mental than physical.
All right, now here's another very casual question for the 2 golf gurus here.
Oh, I'm not a guy. That's Ramsey. I'm not a golf guru.
Who wears the Jordans?
Few people. Justin Thomas actually had.
I remember Justin Thomas. Yeah, I think
that's who I seen this morning. It was either him or Bubba Watson. I think one of the two. I can't recall. I think it was Justin Thomas. So that they basically made a carry the Jordan 4 shirt today from to go on the golf course.
And I think Justin debuted he debuted the concrete 3s with spikes at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm putting $500 on him. That's my guy.
Go to.
It's either him or Bubba Watson. I can't remember which one of the two had the Jordans on today.
Go to BetQL before you do anything stupid like that. Rare appearance from Ramsey. Thanks, buddy.
Ramsey on his way to Sedona got the champagne campaign for his birthday.
Still celebrating his Ramsey. We celebrate multiple days. How long do you celebrate your birthdays? Is it a day, a week, a month? Do I need to be prepared for like all of July to keep it popping?
No. I don't do the whole month, but I am a big believer in, I treat my birthday like an all-star weekend. You know what I'm saying? It's
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's all-star weekend. So, that's how I do the birthday.
I hope that's where the comparisons to all-star weekend end, because
yeah.
Whew, Lord have mercy. Let's chill out with that.
Yeah, all-star weekend is something else. It's something else.
Yeah, it's a different hit.
Do you remember when All-Star Weekend became All-Star Weekend as we know it today? I've always tried to figure this out.
No. No. All-Star Weekend hit a different gear for me personally when I actually went to one. Then I recognized what All-Star Weekend was.
Where'd you go, LA?
The first one I went to was New Orleans. Yeah. Yeah. The first one I went to was New Orleans. I went to one in Orlando, which was.
It'd be like if it was in Sacramento.
Yeah. Well, that's at IMK Diddy on Twitter. At IMK Diddy. Do not tag the show. Do not tag the station. Tag Kenny and Kenny alone.
All I'm saying is I understand why they're not clamoring to come to Sacramento, which reminds me.
I'd argue Sacramento.
No,
we're not, and I'd argue Sacramento would be better than Orlando. Orlando was weird, like like the way Orlando is. It didn't hit. Phoenix was cool. Like I went to one in Phoenix, and like Phoenix has a good downtown where everything is kind of. I feel like All-Star Weekend in Sacramento would be okay.
Nah, I'm just talking mess, man.
It'd be better than Orlando. Like Orlando was. I didn't enjoy because I went to Orlando twice, like in short order. I did a marathon thing at Disney World, and then like it was like a month and a half later we were back for the All-Star game, and I remember going like, this ain't New Orleans. Like, I remember thinking this ain't New Orleans.
Created equal.
No, they are not. So I see why they get stingy with where they go.
I think Sacramento would be all right. I'm just talking crazy.
I went to Dallas too. Dallas was actually
like it'd be popping off.
Dallas, well, it didn't pop because it was a snowstorm. It was like the biggest snowstorm Dallas had ever had at the time. And when you're in a snowstorm with people who don't know how to drive in a snowstorm, it is a frightening experience.
That'd be me.
Oh, it is terrifying. Like I thought it was it a couple of times. I was like,
I'm glad you
made an All-Star game. Like this is it. Like there was some sketchy moments.
I'm glad you made it back. Now I will say this, like I mentioned. Won't see me at All-Star Weekend anytime soon. They got trash on the schedule. Think it's Cleveland, Indianapolis, Salt Lake City.
Oh, Salt Lake City's nice. I ain't going to Salt Lake City. It's beautiful. It looks pretty.
Sure, it's a nice. I'm sure it's nice and it's pretty.
Salt Lake City is not for you and me.
Yeah.
Yes, so Salt Lake City is not for you and I.
Might go to. Isn't the It's not in Salt Lake City. I don't think it's in. The Sundance. Ain't that in? Or is that in Colorado?
I think it's in Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's in Colorado. 916-349-1320. Let's welcome in Paul. Paul, what's going on, man?
Oh, hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Absolutely,
yes,
man. Appreciate the call. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. So I agree with you guys about De'Aaron Fox. He's got to become the man and be consistent. Man, I think the Kings got enough talent, man. When you look at some of these other teams that are making the playoffs, I would argue the Kings have better talent than some of them. I really, really think they need a coach, man, that will hold them accountable defensively, that can mentor them. Because remember the Warriors, when Mark Jackson got in there, he taught those guys how to be tough and win, and then the rest is history. I think, and dude, I've been reaching out to Mark Jackson. I've been praying that somebody like him would come to Sacramento and just show these guys how to win and give them that confidence that they need. And then I think we'll be fine. So if it's me, I'm putting it on coaching. We need a really, really good, strong coach. And to me, man, if they don't make the playoffs this year, if they don't get into the 10th spot or whatever to play in, I think Luke's got to go. He just got to go. And we got to find somebody like Mark Jackson, somebody who's really defensive-minded, that these guys will respect and that can motivate you guys. That's pretty much all I got, man.
Appreciate you, Paul. Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate that. 916-349-1320. Just want to point out, those on the stream know that wasn't me. That was Paul. I was here. Y'all were watching. That wasn't me. Paul sounds like a very smart man. Highly educated, that Paul is. I believe he went to Harvard. I didn't confirm this. It wasn't on the call screen. I think he went Harvard, Yale. Maybe got a couple degrees from Stanford. Sounded like a really smart guy, though, that Paul did.
Hey, I'll keep it a stack, man. I don't have a problem with anything he said.
Especially what part?
Oh, Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
Bring Mark Jackson in here. I think that'll do wonders. Absolutely.
I know we've talked about this before. I don't want to harp on it. Is that dude really never? I feel like I remember. It's so dumb. I did this with Colin Kaepernick. He's like, come on, like, is Cap really not going to play football again? Well, here my dumb ass is. Nope, he's not. He sure the hell is not. He's never going to play football again. Mark Jackson's really never going to coach again.
Never going to coach again.
And maybe it's weird too, given the things that are said about what went on, and he's still closely associated with the NBA. Like, he's on the top broadcast. Like, if the NBA really had that big of an issue with Mark Jackson, they could go to ESPN and say, hey, we just re-upped with you for like $1 billion. We have an issue with something here.
Yeah.
But that's never been done. So maybe
he's one of the premier voices of the league.
He is. And I know, like, I'm looking at some comment. I see John here in the chat. Everyone has their feelings about Mark Jones. Everybody has heard Mark Jackson. Everybody is. I said our play-by-play guy, Mark Jones. Yeah. Everyone has their feelings on Mark Jackson. It's still maybe he's done interviews and people walk away feeling like, we can't have that here. I don't know. There's a lot at play. It's just, it really is crazy to think, man, this dude is never going to coach again.
Right. That's crazy, man.
And I've said this before regarding that quarterback. Like, he's going to play again. This is ridiculous.
Right.
Nope, he sure the hell isn't.
Didn't show up. I'd love Mark Jackson to be the coach of this team. And to be honest with you, look, if they moved on from Luke Walton, I wouldn't have no problem with it. I keep telling you guys, all jokes aside, I don't know if Luke is good or not. Now, some people have determined that he's good, but I don't know if he's good or not, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? And if you look at some of the failures, I also agree with what Paul said. I think this team is talented. There is talented on this roster, and there's enough talent where they should be in a play-in situation. And if they're not there, maybe somebody got to go. I don't have no problem with that.
That's right. But even if they, all right, I don't want to do this again. They could get to the play-in game and be the exact same team they were last year. They could literally not be any better and be in the play-in game just because of the way we've talked about. We talked about where, the kind of the state of the Golden State Warriors. We've talked about, the Pelicans dropped on, the Spurs have lost 4 in a row. They need the Kings on their schedule desperately to get them out of the slump that they're in. They could very well just wind up they could very well wind up in a play-in scenario and be 31-41. This is exactly what they were last year. That's not improvement. That's not getting better. This team, at some point, you've got to get better. I know we were talking with Deuce and Mo about, adding it's the Chris Paul effect with looking at Phoenix. And again, I can't stress this enough. I know we've talked a lot about Phoenix. We've tried to make the comps there. We've talked about how bad Phoenix was versus what they're doing this year. That's not the norm. And we mentioned the playoff droughts, and if Chicago gets into the playoffs, it's going to be, Minnesota at 3 years and Sacramento at 15. Those are going to be the 1 and 2 on the list. The only thing that's keeping Minnesota from being the leader in this whole conversation or right there with the Kings is the 1 year with Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a they broke the streak and started a new one.
Yeah.
The Kings they've got to find some way to land. It's why, I think about what we were talking about with Chris Paul and what do the Phoenix Suns do if Chris Paul opts out of the player option and says, no, I want to roll. I want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
You can't wind up like Minnesota. You can't wind up like Minnesota. They get better after a decade plus of being a disaster. You get a Jimmy Butler in there, you make the playoffs, you let Jimmy Butler walk, and it all goes to hell again. You can't risk that happening if you're Phoenix with Chris Paul. Mm-hmm. The Kings have got to find something that breaks this playoff streak, but it's like establishing for the future. What Phoenix has done is awesome, but that's not normal. Normally, you see a better example would be, we just used the Minnesota example. Let's not forget Minnesota snuck in the playoffs.
Right.
It beat Denver, right?
On the last game of the season. Yep.
And Denver missed.
Mm-hmm.
And Denver ascended. It was okay, Denver's there. We know that they're there.
Mm-hmm.
They had a really good, year the next season. And then what they did, in the subsequent years after that. But that big of a jump that we've seen from Phoenix isn't normal. The Kings got to find some way to build and sustain a level of success. Okay, we've got a little taste here. Let's grow. Okay, we've got to keep growing. What can we do to get better? What can we do to get better? And I just don't feel like a play-in game, which damn near feels ceremonial at this point, that's not it. Now, maybe if they win, maybe if they actually get to the playoffs, you win a couple of games, you said this beautifully about 45 minutes ago. Is the streak going to be hitting what streak are they going to be on when the season winds down?
Right.
They could get into a play-in situation where they're in the midst of one of the good streaks, and they could wind up at the 8th spot.
Right. Yeah,
I don't know, man.
As you can see, because there's not much rebuttal here, it's hard to sit there and say if they to argue what you're saying as far as they could get into the play-in game and be the same team or be worse or whatever the case may be. There's not much rebuttal for that. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I also, is it fair to say, in a literal sense it is, but figuratively speaking, each year is different and you can only play that year. Does that make sense?
What do you?
So you're saying if they made the play-in game and they were 31-41, they're the same team. They didn't get any better. Well, maybe they did get better, but this is just a different season, different type of season, different schedules, all this other stuff. They could have gotten better. De'Aaron Fox is a better player. I would say he's a better leader this year. I could make the argument. I understand where you're coming from, but if they were 31-41 and made the play-in game, that they were better, they had a better season.
But okay, what if I change the word better to take a step forward? Did they take a step forward this year?
That's fair too, and I would think they'd take a step forward. They could be, so if they're, I don't know the numbers, but if they win 34 games and miss the play-in game, Did they get better?
Well, yeah. They got three games better.
Literally, they got better, but what did that get them?
Well, they didn't get better enough. I don't think that's kids don't use that line ever. But I don't think they didn't do enough to get into that playing spot.
I do completely understand what you're saying, and I'm not trying to make an argument for argument's sake. I'm trying to wrap my head around it because what you're saying, it makes perfect sense. But I do feel there's something about me, maybe it's just me, that if they went 31-41 and got in the playing game, they had a better season than they had last year, in my opinion.
Okay. And
you don't think that would be enough to say, yeah, Luke should come back and finish the job?
It wouldn't. I'm not gonna. I know that I have, but I don't like advocating for people to lose their job unless they're jerks. Like you know what I mean? Unless they're bad people, unless there's just because I don't think he's particularly good at it, but I'm not going to advocate for it. I want him to be successful. I really do. I want Luke Walton to be successful. The more successful Luke Walton is, the better for us. It's much more fun to talk. The 6 of 7, 7 of 9, that's a lot more fun than losing 9 in a row and 4 in a row. It makes our job a lot more fun talking about the possibilities that could be ahead more than the iceberg that is directly in front of us. And the steering wheel is broken. I don't know if it's called a steering wheel. I don't know if it's called a steering wheel on a ship, but whatever it's called, like I don't want to do that.
That's doomsday.
Welcome to life as a Kings fan. And the Kings are back in action. We'll talk a lot more about the Kings. We'll talk a lot more about the Pistons. I really want to get these quarterback stats to you. So we've got more coming.
First things first, when we get back, we're getting the stats.
Bet. Unless y'all want to get on the phone line because y'all always come first. 916-349-1320. Plenty more ahead with D'Lo and KC here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Go grab my juice.
Yes, sir.
Grab my juice because I'm a child.
On the Peloton, they have you stretch out like this. Reach up. Bring them together. Down. Sometimes you come here. Sometimes, I think I'm going to start doing yoga, man. I think I'm gonna start doing yoga. We got the Peloton with the screen, and you got all the little, all the stuff right there. And they got the yoga on there. I think I'm gonna do some yoga. I'm just not flexible enough. Absolutely gotta validate my greatness. Yeah, man, I think I'm gonna start doing it. I ain't gonna do it like in a major way. I'm only do like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. I don't know, man. But yeah, I need to I think it'll help. I think I'm gonna do it. What? Coach Molly? What? Might have to pull up one time. All right. I'm gonna think about adding weights. I'm gonna think about that. Damien, I just made the proclamation to everybody. I'm gonna do yoga. They got yoga classes on the Peloton. I'm gonna start doing some yoga. I need to get a little more limber, a little more flexible than I am right now. A little too stiff.
All right, man. I should commit to that too. I don't have a Peloton, but I should commit to that too because my hamstrings are
oh my gosh. Bad. Tell me about it.
All bad.
True, Ramsey, you're right. Stretching will make a little more limber as well. I could commit to that. Namaste. Is it here or is it here? This is karate. I think it's this. Yeah. Baseball been on all week, man. I love it. During the show,
dude. John, what is going on? What is going on the YouTube stream right now? John said we're 29 likes away. We have 65 thumbs up. all of those thumbs down disappeared. Are y'all are trying to be funny, or somebody heard us and signed back in? And
John pointed that out. He was like, "Oh, magically they're gone."
Oh man, John, you got another job. We're at 472, baby. We're approaching 500.
Woo.
I think we get to I think probably not us, but I think the station starts making money when we get to 1,000.
Really?
That's why some people find quicker ways to get to 1,000 subscribers is because they'll start running ads.
Like 1,000 per show?
1,000 subscribers.
1,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
oh,
not
you said
1,000.
subscribers. I thought you said that many people were watching.
No, 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, I see.
I think people are trolling you, John. I think that's what's happening. Or people are signing in and taking it. They don't like they love a take and they hit the thumbs up, then they don't like it and they take it away. You can sign up for the Peloton app and use it with all the stretches. Damien.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So okay. I didn't.
Yeah, somebody got the app. Yeah. Absolutely.
Come for the sports, stay for the yoga. That's how we roll over there on the
as Cold Game Hobby would say, I got to work on my core.
I got to work on my core. That's what it is, man. That's what it is, no doubt. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. If you're watching, will y'all stop messing around? Hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button, and roll with us Monday through Friday from 12 to 4 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Be careful, Kings fan MD. Here on the chat saying the P word.
You better clarify what that is.
Patient, by the way. Patient.
Y'all are funny. Boy, that video resonated. That part of the show, that 40. There was a stretch from like 3:15 to 4, and we've told you this stuff before. Like we have a plan. Like we lay stuff out. That particular stretch of radio, we didn't lay out. We kind of just fell into a conversation, you and I did. Mm-hmm. And, Jesse did a great job of cutting a couple of clips and getting them on social media. And one of them was about De'Aaron and the other one was about patience. And it wasn't like this, oh, this will resonate. It was just like it was just how each of us were feeling in that particular moment. Yeah. And the way people reacted to those were pretty cool. Agree or disagree. We're always happy for that engagement over there at D'Lo and KC on Twitter and at ESPN 1320. Okay. We talked about these for like 4 hours. So I'm terribly afraid that they're not going to live up to the build. But a lot of the conversation today, tomorrow, and every day for the next 3 weeks will involve Michael McCorkle, formerly known as Mac Jones, but henceforward will be known as Michael McCorkle or Michael.
Yeah, Michael,
by my partner.
Michael Jones, Michael McCorkle, anything but Mac.
Not to be confused with Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones.
Mike Jones. Do you remember the number?
No.
I don't either. I think it's 801 something. I don't know.
I remember 8675309, but that's a pop culture reference. I remember that one. That's a pop culture reference. There's a handful of people that got it. That's you was dropping a Mike Jones for the culture reference. I was throwing a pop culture reference out there for it. And it's really hard to say that number without singing it. Like to just casually say 8675309. It's really hard to say that without singing it to the tune.
I wasn't outside.
No, that was yeah. Just let that one ride, player. Just let that one ride. So top 5 quarterbacks, 30 of them. There have been 30 quarterbacks taken. There have been 30 quarterbacks taken in the top 5 from 1990 to 2015.
Okay.
17 of those 30 quarterbacks have been selected to a Pro Bowl. There's only been 3 that have been selected to 5 or more Pro Bowls. I'll give you those names in a minute. Only 2 of them have won Super Bowls. I mentioned that to you earlier. If I hadn't already told you the name, I would have asked you to guess.
Yeah.
Peyton and Eli Manning. Peyton and Eli Manning are the only 2 quarterbacks who were taken in the top 5 since 1990 that have won Super Bowls. 3 of them have earned first-team All-Pro honors. Peyton, Matt Ryan, Cam Newton. Those 3, along with Steve McNair, are the only ones who have won MVP honors. 16 of those 30 quarterbacks have losing records as starters in their NFL career. And exactly 1/3 of them, 10 of the 30, have more interceptions than touchdown passes.
Wow.
In their NFL career. Looking back on the quarterbacks taken in the top 5 from 2014 to 2018, Blake Bortles was taken by Jacksonville in 2014. Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, Mitchell Trubisky, Sam Darnold. And then Baker Mayfield in 2018 as well. Only Baker Mayfield remains on the team that drafted him.
Wow.
So you're hearing, and I even threw this out there.
Damn, that's some crazy numbers.
You're hearing Trevor Lawrence at number 1. You're hearing Zach Wilson at number 2. Allegedly, Michael McCorkle is going at number 3. And then you have, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Atlanta Falcons, whether they take a quarterback or trade out, or do they actually draft a football player? And what do the Bengals? What do the Bengals wind up doing at number 5? So you've got 3 quarterbacks there. The best comp that I can come up just with in terms of universal, he is the guy. He is the quarterback prospect for Trevor Lawrence is Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was definitively that guy. Right. He was definitively, didn't win the Heisman Trophy, didn't win the Rookie of the Year, but he was always definitively the number 1 overall pick, and it was never, ever going to be a conversation. That's the same with Trevor Lawrence. Now, Andrew Luck is a unique, he retired. Like he had some prove it. He was kind of entering kind of like a prove it stage. Like, okay, you got to do something here. Like you were hailed as the next big thing. To quote Paul Heyman, you've got to do something here in terms of, and I know you had a terrible GM for a while, but you've got to get to a Super Bowl. You got to do something here. You got to win an MVP, something. But he was like, no, I don't need to do any of that. I quit. I'm done. I'm gonna move on. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. It puts the move for the San Francisco 49ers into the top 3 into a greater perspective. And it puts this conversation that we have over and over and over again about quarterbacks going at the top of the draft. It puts it into perspective too, because there's more history to show you it doesn't work than it does. You know what I mean? Like there are more numbers to say, yeah, you don't need to do that. And the biggest number everyone's always going to look at is 10. That's where Patrick Mahomes was drafted. Circumstances notwithstanding, Deshaun Watson was drafted at 12. These are more realistic conversations than, well, Brady was taken at 647. Right. Okay. Like that we get it. Like we get that. I mean, it's part of his story, but you can't use him as a comp for somebody else.
No.
I feel like you can use the draft spot of 10 as a comp. You can use the draft spot of 12 as a comp. I think once you even get into like Dak Prescott territory, you can use that as realistic comps. I think you start looking at those numbers and go, man, why are we mortgaging why are we mortgaging draft picks next year? Draft picks, first round draft picks are so valuable in the NFL. Why are we willingly giving these away to go draft a player who history says this might not work out?
It's the allure. It's the hope. It's the it's like playing the lottery, playing the slots. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll hit. And if I hit, I'm going to hit big. But to your point and to what you're talking about since 1990, even if you kind of hit, you don't really hit that big. You know, it's not like you're hitting like Super Bowl big. That doesn't happen often.
Mm-hmm.
So it's real interesting, man. And hearing those numbers were kind of mind-blowing to me. And it had my mind thinking as I was listening to you and as you were talking. And isn't that, and I hope this doesn't take away from what you were saying, because I'm not trying to do that, but isn't that just the story of the draft in general? Like all the quarterbacks that were drafted, you know, so high. For every Nick Bosa that was a defensive edge rusher or something, there's Big Daddy Wilkinsons, you know, all over the place. And when they used to draft running backs super high, when they used to draft wide receivers super high, you know, like that's just the nature of the draft. And that's, I think that's the nature of the draft, not only in the NFL, but in all sports.
Sure.
Like you can scout as much as possible. You can do as much as you can. But at the end of the day, it's an educated guess on what you hope or think this 18 to 22-year-old might end up being.
Everything you said is 100% accurate. But yet next year, there's going to be a quarterback someone likes, and someone is going to trade 2-3 first-round draft picks for the next handful of years, a third in there or a fourth in there, and they're going to continue to like move up. Teams are going to continue to read what these numbers show to me more than anything else. Yes, 100%. It's the story of the draft. But these teams continue to make the same mistakes over and over again. Like if I have these numbers and you have these numbers and everybody listening to this has these numbers, those 32 general managers don't, and head coaches and team owners, they don't have these numbers. They don't recognize like, hey, what we just talked about. Deshaun was taken at 12. Patrick Mahomes was taken at 10. Dak was taken in the 3rd round. Where was Russell Wilson taken? Wasn't top 5.
3rd round.
Where were the top quarterbacks in the league taken? Where was Ben Roethlisberger taken? We know where Brady was taken. Like there are more of those than there are like Cam Newton's. Cam Newton must have been he was out of this window because he's not on the same team he was on anymore. You know what I mean? So I feel like we have all of this data here that says, no, don't do it if you're there. So, because to me, it's one thing if you are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one thing if that's where your record pushes you. That's where your record puts you in the NFL draft. It's another thing if you're trading up and trying to get there. I had a stat. I need to get you the stat on the number of teams who traded up. I had it somewhere. And I'll find it for you because it's another pretty jarring number, the amount of teams that traded up to draft their quarterbacks in the 1st round.
So like
here it is right here. As you're saying that the 34 quarterbacks drafted in the 1st round since 2010, 16 of them were picked by a team that traded up.
That's interesting. That really is. So here's why they might take that chance to move up in these drafts. I'm just going off of, I just went to Football Reference and I went to the top quarterbacks in the game today. And I just passing yards. Deshaun Watson, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Matt Ryan, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, Phillip Rivers. Off the top of my head, let's see, 1, 2, 3 of these guys were taking like late in the draft.
Okay.
Most of them are taken in that top half of the draft, top 15, top 10 to top 15. And I say all that to say, like, the odds are that you're probably not going to hit, but that's because there just aren't a lot of good quarterbacks. There's just not. So your chances of getting a good one is still up at that top half of the draft, of the first round, early. The Wilsons, the Bradys, obviously. I'm not even gonna name Brady because we all know that. But the Wilsons, the Breeze, maybe the Dax.
Dak, yeah.
Those are the anomalies. Because there's hundreds of thousands of third round quarterbacks who don't even make it out of camp.
Yeah.
So I think while the whole thing is a failure, like you mentioned, like it's a failure. It's like baseball. You know what I mean? Like you fail 7 out of 10 times and you're great, right? The whole thing is a failure. But still, the hits that you actually get, I'm mixing up my odds. I got our little actor. I'm working it out. But the odds that you hit are still, the odds are of those odds that they're in the top half of the draft.
Yeah, I definitely need that GIF. That GIF is running in my head right now. It is.
The odds, the positive odds that you hit, the odds of you finding that player are still in the top half.
Okay, that I got. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Demi Barling. We are trying to solve all of the sports world's problems here on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll be with you all the way until 4 o'clock. If you want to get in and be a part of the conversation, you could do it there on the streaming channels that I just mentioned, Twitch and YouTube. Of course, you could do it on the phone lines as well, 916-349-1320. Your point is made, and I get it. I guess
But don't get it twisted. I get what you're saying.
I
100% understand what you're saying.
It's like a team. It's like teams don't marry quarterbacks. Well, I joke about this with your man in Vegas, John Gruden. I joke, like quarterback infidelity.
That's what
like he got his eyeballs on every quarterback that throws the ball. Like every single one, he is just staring at them, ready to swipe right. And maybe there aren't as many rumors around other teams as there's because again, you always hear about John Gruden's infatuation with this quarterback, with that quarterback, and part of that, it dates back to his time on Monday Night Football and the quarterback camp and all of that stuff that he did. And I understand that there's a certain show that goes along with this whole process, but it feels like teams are constantly like there were questions before the trade was made, and you could argue. You could probably argue it. I don't think it would be a good argument, but there were legitimate questions about what Miami was going to do at 3.
Mm-hmm.
They're up at number 3 again. They've got this pick from the Houston. Are they going to? I mean, it's Tua their guy,
right?
Like teams don't want to. Teams don't marry quarterbacks anymore.
Right.
It felt like teams that was the one player that you married. Mm-hmm. You married your quarterback, and you were together. You were together till death do you part. Now it's like, let's get to know each other first. let's and even when you do get married, it felt like Carson Wentz and the Eagles got married.
Right.
Felt like the Rams and Jared Goff got married, and then irreconcilable differences, and we gone. Let's get that Stafford guy in here.
Well, as you pointed out so eloquently the other day, the finances don't allow you to stay in it. Like it just, you can't,
unless you're elite. But that's the thing, though. You the finances will allow you to stay in it, but you have to be Deshaun. You have to be Patrick Mahomes. Like you have to be Russell Wilson. You have to be the top quarterbacks.
Absolutely. So to your point, the Rams got to get a divorce from Jared Goff. They got to divorce him. They can't say married.
And that's the thing. By the way, kids, this is not how marriage is supposed to work. This was, as we noted yesterday, there were marriages that began and ended during the Kings playoff drought. The Kings playoff drought has lasted longer than many marriages, according to our chat yesterday. But they put the ring on his finger. They put the figurative ring on his finger. They put the ring in his bank account.
Yeah.
And it's like when you do that, and that's what all of these teams now, I think, are afraid of. I think there's now a fear of, well, we don't want to have to do what the Eagles did with Carson Wentz. We don't want to have to do Jared Goff. That I'd argue that probably worked out for everybody. Like if you were for whatever reason, if you were ready to move on from Jared Goff, obviously Detroit was ready to move on from Matt Stafford. It worked. But how many more situations like that are you going to stumble into? Like they put the ring on it to stick with this analogy and married him, and then they oh man, I don't. The snoring was cute when we first started. Now I hate it. Now you got to go. Like Jared Goff didn't change.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz, that situation's a little bit different because of the injury and all of that. But Jared Goff didn't change. He was the same quarterback that the Rams married and ultimately got rid of.
Yeah, but to your point, they realized this ain't gonna get it done, and the 49ers, this ain't gonna get it done. If he was making $10 million, okay, maybe we can work around some things, but we can't. We're hamstrung because this guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jared Goff, they're making a quarter of the cap.
Right. Which is why, because, and remember those two names that you just mentioned, those were once, even, briefly, I believe for both of them, they were both at one time the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yep.
And that's the way quarterback contracts work is you jump the next one, you jump the next one, you jump the next one, everybody gets paid. I thought it was going to end when Patrick Mahomes got his deal. And then it didn't. Dak Prescott, with all of the leverage in the world, got his deal from the Dallas Cowboys. And it was like, okay, now I got to believe it ends. Like, I don't know I have no clue who the next quarterback is. I'm sure we've gone over at some point. It's not on the top of my head who the next quarterback. I think Baker. I think it's Baker, Lamar. That group.
Josh Allen.
Okay. Josh is going to get paid.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is going to get paid. I still don't think he's going to get paid the way Dak Prescott did, especially with the structure of his contract. I think Lamar is going to get paid. I don't think he's going to get paid the way Dak Prescott is, but we're going to keep seeing these quarterback contracts inflate, which is going to make this discrepancy of we've got 5 years with a first-round quarterback before we have to move on from. We essentially have to win a Super Bowl. Getting to the Super Bowl, we've learned, isn't enough. We have to. Getting to the Super Bowl might get you the ring, but it's ultimately going to lead to a divorce. Carson Wentz, Jared Goff. You might have to get there and win multiple Super Bowls before those big extensions come your way. Because as you get into those, they better get something done here. They better get to that Super Bowl before quarterback X hits the market and commands that 160, 70, $80 million contract.
It's like our producer Jesse mentioned. The Cardinals set that precedent. Drafted Rosen 1 year.
Ridiculous.
Gone.
Ridiculous.
So anybody's expendable. I promise you this. I hope this. If the 49ers draft Michael, hopefully they give him that Rosen treatment. We can move on. You don't want that. Stop saying you don't want that. Knock it off. Because you know what that means. They went, what did they draft Rosen at? Like 10? 10, yeah. Where were they drafting the next year? Number 1. You don't want that. But you don't want it. And I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with you for I don't want to deal with you for an entire football season with the San Francisco 49ers on their way to a number 1 pick. You think King season is rough? Well, you had excuses though this year. Like excuses is the wrong word. Like there were legitimate reasons why why that team was brutal. I don't want any of that. I don't want Kyle fired yet, and I don't want, even if they took Mac Jones, I don't want. By the way, move on from one. By the way, Jesse makes a great point. That's not going to happen with Michael McCorkle because they don't have a draft pick the following year. As a matter of fact, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't work out with Michael McCorkle, they don't have a draft pick the year after that either, at least not in the first round.
So you're Rosen to Kyler idea ain't gonna work.
All that to take Michael McCorkle,
who hasn't been taken, by the way. Who hasn't been taken, by the way. He has not been drafted by the San Francisco 49ers.
Fair point. Fair point.
And he might not be. Chris Sims could be messing with y'all. He knows the way you guys. He knows the way guys like you and Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky are reacting to all of this. He's like, oh, I'm gonna keep messing with him.
In the words of Usher Raymond, don't play like that.
Sounds like Cat Williams. It doesn't even sound like Usher. It sounds like Cat Williams. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but maybe we should talk about the Kings. That'll cheer you up. Maybe we stop talking about Michael. Stop talking about Michael McCorkle.
It is a game day. It's another opportunity to get back on track. So yeah, man, that would cheer me up.
Kings, you know what comes? Yeah, no doubt. And you know what comes with game day?
The DJ Bingo.
See, you know what you should do when I do that is you should get them horns, and it'd be like we ain't been in the club in God knows how long.
Here we go. I got you.
You got to catch it though. Okay. No. No. Your quickness on the button is as good as your freestyles on Friday.
Oh, my freestyle! I got a dope one last week, man. I'm getting another one this week.
You did hit a hot one last week. We'll come back and we will shift gears. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings. It is a game night. The Kings are in action against the Detroit Pistons. As my partner said, it's a chance to turn things around. It's a chance to get things right. What does Las Vegas think about this? What does BetQL think about this? We've got the Kings ransom coming up for you. We'll have Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, and we'll dive into this Kings Pistons game as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, we're a full-fledged wrestling show now. Some dude called in trying to find out where he can watch WrestleMania this weekend, so I help him out.
There we go.
Hey.
What's up, Sacramento? This is Damian Barling. While I'm prepping for the upcoming draft, I'm sipping on... I love when they write scripts for me. I'm sipping on a gin and juice. With McQueen and the Violet Fog gin.
Oh,
I love y'all, man. This is the best.
Hey, Damian, I'm we'll do this on the air. I'm just seeing that
I'm gonna read it like that
from yesterday, where we got a little ranking situation going on.
Yeah. How about that? How about that? Actually, that's something we could share with everybody. There's no reason we can't. I don't know why people keep ratings a secret. Well, okay, let me be clear. These aren't ratings. Where's why can't I find the email? Danny sends me so many damn emails. I lose this one. That's not true, Danny. Danny's not he's not watching us. He's watching the other love of his life in San Francisco. So I can't, for some reason, I can't find the email, but we are our radio station, this show in particular, we were the, like, percentage wise, or there's some like formula they used where we were the most listened to talk show on the Odyssey, or we were the most listened to show on the Odyssey app in the whole company. So that is 100%. You got, oh, I know why I can't find it. It's because Joe responded to it. Here it is. So we like there are like these goals, like total listening hours, and they expect us to have like a certain number of people listening, like per day or whatever. We topped that goal by like 222%. So that's what's up, man. Y'all. That's because of y'all. Yeah, that is because of y'all. We beat stations in Houston and Boston and Philadelphia, and I don't know what all of this stuff means. Kenny and I, our job is to do the best show possible. But whenever you see your station with a 1 next to it,
Hell yeah.
Whenever we're talking rankings and you've got a 1, we'll take it. So thank y'all for that.
We treat these rankings just like I do my sports arguments. I ignore the ones that don't build up my argument, and I celebrate the ones that do.
There you go. While I'm prepping for the upcoming draft, I'm sipping on a gin and tonic with McQueen and the Violet Fog. McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is a hand-bottled Brazilian gin known for its smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor. This month, mix up a classic cocktail with McQueen and the Violet Fog and let me know what you think on Twitter page. That's what it says on Twitter page, at Damian Barling. I bet you'll agree that McQueen and the Violet Fog makes any classic gin cocktail outstanding. Order bottles today at drizzly.com or buy them at your nearest retailer. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog.
That guy's a pro. That guy's a pro.
I'm going to record it just like that and send it to him.
Even close? Sacramento's greeting here, inviting you to join me from 10 to noon, Monday through Friday for 2 hours of sports, fun, and entertainment. Now back to the best local sports show in Sacramento, D'Lo and KC.
He ain't lying.
I just realized, I mean, he ain't. I just realized, I don't like the fact that he said that this is the best local sports show. No, this is the best, period. Like, I need Greeny to say, like, hey, man, like, you got me.
Say it with your chest, Greeny. Ever.
We gotta get Greeny on here, man. I'm positive we could do it. We got to get Greeny on here. All right, we're with you for the next 40 minutes or so. Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight against the Detroit Pistons, looking to snap their latest 4-game losing streak. Kings Ransom brought to you by BetQL. How about this, partner? And this happened. This happened earlier in the week. BetQL is filling the Kings tonight.
Oh, boy.
Not only are they filling the Kings, but they rank these games. Oh, the ranking dropped a little bit. Okay, they were a little bit more confident in this game tonight. This was a 4-star ranking earlier. It's dropped to a 3-star ranking.
I wonder why that happened.
But the Kings, the BetQL, they've got the Kings a bit above the rest of the lines out there. They got the Kings favored by 9 tonight. With the over-under set at 225. I think I could jump back real quick. I might be able to see what the Kings were favored by. No, I didn't put it in my notes, but yeah, they were favored pretty heavily on Monday too. So
yeah, that was the one
at your own risk.
That was the one that was the 5-star, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a 5-star. They were all in on the Kings in that one.
Come on, man.
They were all in on the Kings on that one. That's probably why this ranking dropped from 4 stars to 3 stars here within the last little bit. It's what it is.
BetQL said we can't be fooled again.
Ain't gonna beat us. So gamble at your own risk. That's BetQL. Download the app today or go to betql.com. The last time these two teams played, man, it was a fight. You noted, which is good in the sense, is you noted it was one of the few times this year where they actually showed fight. You mentioned the Harrison Barnes 3-pointer where he got riled up, he got going, he kind of went to the looked at the bench a little bit. And,
I like that.
I mean, that's not something you really expect from Harrison. I'll take it. But again, man, that was a close game, the whole game. And I'm watching. Obviously, I want the Kings to win. Don't need to preface that with anything. But I am watching how they come out tonight. You heard Harrison say it. You heard De'Aaron say it. You heard them talking about, we're not coming out with that sense of urgency. I think Harrison was the one who said, if you're not coming out at this stage of the season with a sense of urgency, maybe it doesn't mean that much to you. They used the line flat after the Minnesota game. Dude, if they come out flat, if they wind up winning, cool. But if they come out flat tonight, bro, I got some questions.
Absolutely.
Let me phrase that. I've got some more questions. Obviously, we got a few already. Like, I've got some more questions. And I'm not going to do the thing where we've done this before. I want to see them come out and curb stomp the Detroit Pistons.
That's what I'm looking for.
I knew it. I kind of had a feeling it was.
That's what I'm looking for. I need them to go to work on them boys today. What I say earlier, Damien, they should be on the edge a little bit. They should be on the edge. Yeah. They should be kind of in a bad mood. You mentioned earlier the Luke Walton's body language after practice yesterday, and he was real short. He wasn't really there for the pleasantries. You said, well, you didn't say it. He said it was because of a bad practice.
He didn't acknowledge, I don't know that anyone acknowledged his body language. I just thought it was interesting the way he was kind of responding to people, his demeanor, his posture, just again, his body language. I'm a Luke Walton body language expert at this point in the season, I guess. It was more, he normally doesn't say things like that. Mm-hmm. And I feel like he said it and he caught himself and he was just like, oh, but that stuff, it was sloppy. We didn't execute. But that stuff can be expected, and he kind of changed his tone a little bit. So I don't know what that means either. I don't know what a sloppy practice means or an unfocused practice. He also talked about them being physical and getting into it a little bit. And I'm not I don't mean this in a negative way where I'm trying to take a shot at him. He says that every time. He says that all the time. He always talks about how the team, they get after it a little bit. Cool. Can you get after it during the game? Can you get after it when, Doug and Mark are there and we're all watching? Can you get after it then? Can you get a little pissed off while you're on the basketball floor, while we can all see it and be physical then? Because you talk about the physicalities in practice. You talk about them getting after it, getting at each other a little bit in practice. Can y'all do it during the games when it actually goes on your win-loss record?
I agree with you. No, I agree with you 100%. It's not a rebuttal. But I don't know if we always hear about them getting after it in practice. Yeah, maybe I don't. So I kind of like that.
I've heard him say it. I don't want to act like he says it every practice. He doesn't. But getting at each other. That's a phrase I've heard him use.
Getting a little physical.
I
like that. I like that.
But what's it matter if you're getting physical during a practice, but you can't do it during a game?
Well, you're right. You're right. I don't disagree. But that's the start of it. Damien, that's the start of it. It needs to be in practice. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this. It's time to get after it. I like that. Bring it, but like you said though, bring it when the lights are on. When them lights are on.
But yeah. That's what practice is for. Have I misunderstood what practice is for? It's to gear up for these games. If you're getting at it in practice, man, get at it in the game.
I agree.
Get physical in the game. There was some. I'm not saying they have to do this. We saw there was some suspensions handed out, some fines handed out. We saw the Lakers and. Was it the Raptors?
Yeah, the Raptors
scuffle a little bit when someone got thrown. If one of your players gets knocked down, scuffle a little bit. Detroit's a physical team. I mean, they're a 15-win physical team, but they're a physical team nonetheless. This was one of those games too, where the bench for the Sacramento Kings, the first Detroit Pistons Sacramento Kings game, where the bench was non-existent. Belly had 8, Daquan had 2, and that was it.
I was about to say those were the Nemanja days.
Corey Joseph was 0 for 7. Kyle Guy played 14 minutes and didn't score. I'd argue, and I'd listen to anybody who argued, against it, but I'd argue that the Kings bench, their new bench, had their worst game of the season against Minnesota. Yeah, and you could probably make an argument this game against Detroit was one of the worst bench performances as well. The matchup is now different with these guys on the Sacramento Kings bench. You still got, Jeremy Grant who lit the Kings up the first time around. They had a stronger bench with Josh Jackson and some of the guys on
Smith Jr. Watch out for him.
Second time around.
Mm-hmm.
So fight like out the gate, like on the jump ball. have some fight, have some attitude. You talked about the chip. Have that on your shoulder, because it's not going to get any easier. You've got the Utah Jazz coming up on Saturday. And by the way, what are their names again? Bilo and JC in New Orleans, down there in the French Quarter. You know what they're talking about?
Over the place.
You know what? It's the show name all across the country. You know what they're talking about is, hey, you know, we've got to survive the schedule we've got, because we've got the Kings coming up on Monday. We could knock them down a notch. You know, how important is that game for Bilo and JC in the French Quarter? How important is it for the Pelicans to beat the Kings on Monday? Sometimes you know, like we talk about it as if the Pelicans aren't fighting for the same thing that the Kings are.
Yeah,
that game's important for them too. Again, with the Jazz coming up, and I'm not counting losses. I'm not counting wins. You can't do that with this team in any way, shape, or form. But they've got to figure out a way to. They have to figure out a way to play good basketball. The wins will come if you're playing good basketball. They have to play good basketball on the offensive end and on the defensive end.
Yeah. And I want to see them.
It's a hot take on my part, by the way. Really coming with the heat today.
Damian Dilford. Yeah.
Jeez. Goodness gracious.
But if you know, you know. If you understand what Damian's saying, you understand what he's saying. Right? Because I get what he's saying. Like I get it. Like you got to bring a complete game. And kind of what you're getting at there is so many times the Kings just play good on the offensive end. Sometimes they get away with it, right? But they don't play that complete game. I think those days are gone. Those days are gone. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. You've got to bring it on both sides of the ball to be able to bring home a W. You're not going to get away with outscoring somebody and not defending, you know, winning a game 127, 124. At least you shouldn't. You shouldn't be playing that way. You should be looking to bring it on both sides of the floor. And there's opportunity to get right. Do it tonight.
Yeah.
Do it. Now, this one, I did look at the chatty house a little bit, okay? They look at the chatty house a little.
Lord. Okay.
But I fact checked this one, and I don't know. I'm not reporting.
I know where you're going. I think I know where you're going. I got it too. Go ahead.
Jeremy Grant.
Yep.
Listed as doubtful on ESPN.
Okay. I'll go a step further. Sean Cunningham said that Detroit will be without Jeremy Grant due to right knee soreness. So Jeremy Grant is according to Sean Cunningham, and I'm going to blame him. He's out tonight. Jahlil Okafor is questionable.
Jahlil Okafor, he be giving the Kings work. So I'm trying to look here. Who will give the Kings work tonight?
Oh, there's a positive spin on everything. Like, oh, jeez.
Diallo, he might give him work. Josh Jackson. I think Josh Jackson gonna have a good game tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But make it all for naught, Sacramento. Make it not matter.
You know, it'll be interesting to watch as well. Rashawn Holmes had 17 rebounds in that game. Goodness gracious. He's a monster. The Kings won that rebounding battle by 4.
Yeah.
49-45. I'm curious what that number is going to be tonight. Different lineup, different starting lineup. How Marvin played in that game? Marvin had 19 points.
Well. Oh, he did play well.
He did. He played well. 19 points, 8 rebounds. The starters actually. Buddy was Buddy. Like, he had 14 points on 14 shots. The rest of the Kings played well. The rest of the Kings starters played well. Really, what this boils down to is the revenge game for Corey Joseph. That's the pit in everybody's stomach right here. Is if it's 110-107 like it was last time, where's Corey Joseph on the floor? Like, what are we doing here?
Oh, jeez. See, and
you could go through
on all y'all.
You could go through the whole chat house here on Twitch and YouTube. You could go over to social media, and everybody is expecting the Corey Joseph revenge game tonight.
What about the DeLon Wright revenge game? How about that?
Hey, I'm with it. DeLon Wright's been playing fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Now,
Let's go. Do Kings players get revenge games? Because
no.
Okay. So he'd be the first.
What was the last Kings player revenge game? Jeez. Really can't think of that one.
Did Buddy get his revenge against New Orleans?
No.
Harrison on Dallas?
That might, but I don't think he did.
I don't think.
Rashawn Holmes.
Hey, I don't think Harrison even wants revenge. Like he's like, no, we're good. Like we're fine. We're good. You're happy. I'm happy.
Rashawn Holmes, did he get busy against Phoenix or Philly? I don't know. Yeah, I guess they don't really have revenge games.
So there you have it.
Create a new one. Now, here's another one. I want to hear from our guy Sean Cunningham, even our guy Jason Ham, our guy Jason Jones. A guy who I'm worried about, Mason Plumlee. He's on the injury report, so I don't know if he'll be there. If he's there, got to watch out for him. And I got triggered because you said the boards, what's it going to look like? And that's a guy right there in Plumlee who he's going to be active.
Yeah.
You got to match his intensity and his activeness.
Yeah.
And if he's out there, be aware of one of the Plumlee twins.
Cody said Arlo in DC and Detroit are worried about the DeLon Wright revenge game. So good to know.
I think Arlo and DC are starting their NBA hour. They're not
the NBA Power Hour.
They're not worried about the Pistons.
I did think about that this week. It was like after I did think about it Monday night. It was like, all right, are we doing the NBA Power Hour? Is that what we're doing? Is it time to move on? And it goes to the question, we asked Deuce and Mo, is it more frustrating that the Kings they're playing terrible? They're playing frustratingly bad, but they are very much in this thing.
Yep.
This was a bad week. I mean, there's just, in addition, obviously losing to the Timberwolves suck, but you also have, the backhand with Golden State just gutting out an incredible victory against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Where did that come from?
Steph.
Well,
that's what it was. Steph is. We talked about De'Aaron having to do it all. Not the same, but damn, Steph's got it. Like it took 41 for Steph to get for the Warriors to get that one. It took 41 from Steph for them to get that one.
I've said it before.
Of course, that's against the Bucks and not the Pistons, so guess it's not exactly the same.
I'll take it the same.
No.
It's not exactly the same, but I always said that Steph Curry this year is doing. This reminded me of Kobe in 2006, I think it was, when he
50.
Yeah, he just went crazy and got they were like a 7th, or I don't think they were an 8 seed. I think they were like a 7th seed in the playoffs, but he was unreal that year, and he did everything and trying to will that team. And that's what Steph did the other night. That's what he's going to be trying to do down the stretch. We just hope he doesn't do it enough. Knock the Kings out of the play-in situation.
Yeah.
I'm still locked in. I'm still excited for the possibility of the play-in.
So am I.
I am.
Yeah.
No, I know you are. Me and you are in that boat. Other people are kind of like ho-hum about it, but let's get there. Let's get there. I want to get there.
We're protected. I mean, I'm not. It's like we were talking about with Will yesterday. Will Griffith from the King's Herald. I'm not against people who are ho-hum about it because you're protecting your heart. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you ain't going to disappoint me.
Understandably so.
Ain't going to do it. Like, I got excited when y'all won 7 of 8 the first time, and you made me suffer for it. Like, if this really is like the first time, we got another week of this. Because remember, the first 7 of 8, 7 of 9 was followed by 9 straight losses. We only have 4. We got to get through.
I got to get this one.
We got to get through tonight. We got to get Utah's on Saturday. The Pelicans are on Monday. Like, and then I think I said 1 week from today. I know Phoenix is coming up. I think it's 1 week from today.
Phoenix is
Oh, the one I keep missing is the Wizards
comes to town.
Yeah, the Wizard.
Our man's
right.
Our man's. I like Russ.
I might have to go to a game.
You gonna make that move?
I haven't done it all year.
I have to make that move, man. Russ is in town.
I might have to go see my guy. Though though, like, what does it matter? Like, yeah, like I would be watching in an empty arena. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I don't know.
That may be coming to an end soon. We haven't heard anything from the Kings, but we did hear from the Golden State Warriors.
We did, yeah. Final 9 games of the season for the Golden State Warriors. Final 9 home games for the Golden State Warriors at the Chase Center. They're gonna start letting fans in, and
now what Joe Lacob
heard from the Kings yet?
What Joe Lacob didn't say is they're letting fans into the Chase Center, but he's actually removing the Chase Center from San Francisco, putting it on the Moon, and that is where everybody will go to watch the game, because Joe Lacob just does what he wants.
Well, he's forward thinking. He's forward thinking. So what you'll do is you'll have to get to downtown San Francisco Park, and then you'll shuttle to the Moon. So obviously space shuttle to the Moon, watch the game, and then the shuttle will bring you right back to your car when it's over. So those are the
that dude. He thinks of it all, man.
There's no COVID on the Moon, so you don't have to worry about testing. You don't have to worry about shots and all of that stuff, and you'll be good.
Yeah,
you'll be good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The G1C might be coming back to players. You know what I really want?
A lot of people in the chat, by the way, have gotten vaccinated. One, that's awesome. Like that's great. And the thing that they're talking about is getting back into the Golden One Center. Like I see Steve right here. I'm 2 shots down. Can't wait to get into that empty G1C.
That empty G1C, yeah. I think that's how you would get me in the G1C if it was empty. I don't know if it was a full house. I'm ready to make that move.
It's not going to be a full house this season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
But I think we'll have
October. I'll feel a little better.
I hope so too, because if you don't feel better in October, I'm going to be really concerned about where we're at. I honestly was hoping to feel better by May. By the time, again, you can read good news or you can read bad news.
No, I read both yesterday.
Because it's both out there. Like the Today Show was on, and I just happened to hear the teaser, and it was like there's a COVID variant that's now running rampant through the United States, but vaccinations are being, and it's like, what are y'all doing?
That's exactly how it goes. Like the poor CDC lady is like, I'm terrified. We have the lowest rate of positive tests in America.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But
hang in there. Make the appointment. The second you can make the appointment, get it. Move along.
Man. What I was going to say though, Damien, is I want Monday to be a big game. I want Monday to be a big game.
Sure.
I don't know how we get
that
there.
game. It was supposed to be in March of 2020.
Right?
Yeah.
But I want that to be a game where, you win tonight. Even if you lose on Saturday, I think it'd still be pretty big. But hell, what if they won on Saturday? And it's like, yo, New Orleans, I want somehow, some way, I want Monday to matter. They got to win one of these next 2 games for it to matter. But I want Monday to matter. And I want it to be like, yo, this is a big one. We're coming in off the weekend. I want to matter. So you got to take care of business tonight.
I hear you. I'm selfish. You're right. Everything you said is just right. I'm going to need them to win tonight.
Yes.
I'm going to need them to win tonight because D'Lo and KC got a show tomorrow. We don't have a show on Sunday. So I don't need the excitement of a win to the Utah Jazz to be wasted on WrestleMania Sunday. I'm going to need it to happen tonight. I don't want to deal with the frustration of the Pistons. I don't want to deal with the frustration of losing to the bottom team in the Western Conference and the bottom team in the Eastern Conference in the same week.
Wow. I said Monday was rock bottom. Thursday would be rock bottom. That was the double play that you had this week. Come on, man. Come on.
I can't do that.
Nah, but no fear, Damien. I did say they were going to win tonight.
No, you did. Yep.
They're winning tonight, baby.
Yep.
They're winning tonight.
I'm with it. Let's roll along with it. And we'll get to Kenny's keys to a Kings victory coming up here in just a couple of minutes. There are going to be a couple of things a little bit different from the first time these 2 teams played back. I think it was at the very end of February. It was February 26th. Obviously, the starting lineup is different. Marvin Bagley had 19 and 8 in that game. He's going to be out of the starting lineup. Rashawn Holmes had 19 and 17. He's very much still in the starting lineup. We'll see how things go with Harrison Barnes there at the 4 with, here's another note. Tyrese Halliburton didn't play that game.
Yeah. So got him back. We need him back.
So the Kings did win 110-107, but yeah, Tyrese Halliburton did not play in that game. And as we outlined a couple of minutes ago, this was a belly game. This was
Wait a minute. Get out of my head. Get out of my mind right now. Because I was just about to say they won without Tyrese playing and with Belly playing. They found a way to win.
Belly had 8 of the 10 points off the bench.
Belly actually had a solid fourth quarter that game, I remember. I think he had like 6 points in the fourth quarter.
Still haven't replaced it. It's still right here at my fingertips. Daquan played 4. That's how long ago this game was. That's how long ago this was. Daquan Jeffries played 14 minutes. Of course, he was 1 of 6, so maybe this started.
I had that box score up of that game. That bench box score is just nasty.
Gosh almighty. Belly was 3 of 4. He was 3 of 4 with 8 points. Everybody else was a combined 1 for 15. Jesus. And hit the 1. It should be hit the 1. Hit the 1. Because that's all he did. He hit 1 shot. 1 of 15 for everyone on the bench, not named Nemanja Bjelica.
Oh, man.
My goodness.
That includes Justin James, Kyle Guy,
brutal.
So look at this. Nobody from that bench will play today. Well, no. Justin James might play. Kyle might play too.
I don't think no, they're not. Those guys are not playing. We've seen the bench rotation. Those guys, if those guys are playing, something's wrong.
Or something's great.
Or something. Okay, fair enough. Something's wrong or something's great. DeLon Wright versus Corey Joseph. I'm here for it as long as DeLon Wright wins. Just let me get that. Let me get to the DeLon Wright. I'm gonna go at Detroit, get this one back. I'm gonna need Corey Joseph to be. I want the Sacramento Kings to treat Corey Joseph like Scotty and Mike treated Tony Kukoc. 1992 Barcelona. That's the way they need to go at. They need to go at Corey Joseph like he's Tony Kukoc and just make his life miserable. Wait, this is the SVP is going to be running highlights. Corey Joseph was triple teamed. We're not really sure what happened, but the Kings win. Corey Joseph was 0 of 19 from the field.
It went boxing 1 on Corey Joseph. Steph style. Boxing 1. I'm getting nervous about this game, man.
Are you really?
Yeah, because they can't lose. That's what makes me nervous. You can't lose. You got to find a way to win. I think they'll win. I'm calling a win, but you got to find a way. I don't need no mess.
I hear you. I know you don't want any mess, but come on, man. This is the Kings. You getting mess. Good call by Leezy here. Maybe Sadiq Bey. Get him I'm gonna show y'all why. I'm gonna show y'all why that trade would have worked for you.
Leezy, get out of my notebook.
Oh, okay. That's coming up here pretty soon. Kenny's keys to a Kings victory here on the way. I never feel good about Kings games because they're the Kings. Man. They're not going to lose this game. They can't. They can't do it. You can't lose to the team at the bottom. If they lose, like legitimately, if they lose this game, no, I don't even have it. They're not losing. They're not. I'm not even going to prepare anything. They're not losing. You can't lose to the team at the bottom of the Eastern Conference just a couple of days after you lost to the team at the bottom of the Western Conference. I don't know what's going to happen Saturday. I don't know what's going to happen Monday. I don't know what's going to happen when they play the Wizards or the Suns or anything like that. They're not losing this game. They're not losing this game to Detroit.
Detroit
nailed
Detroit's last game was against the Nuggets. They gave up 134, and that's 134-119 to the Nuggets.
That sounds like a Sacramento Kings score. Yeah. That sounds like when the Kings can beat up an opponent offensively, a couple of shots are falling. They still don't play defense, but they wind up getting a win. We've seen it. 131-119. That's perfect.
Check out these crazy. I'm just looking at their scores. So they beat the Raptors 118-104. They lost to the Blazers 124-101. Then they score 120 and beat the Wizards. They give up 125 and beat the Knicks. They score 132 and beat the Thunder. And they give up 134 and lose to the Nuggets.
Wait a minute. Hit me all over the place. Hit me with that Knicks one again.
They lost They lost 125-81.
Okay, I heard you wrong. I thought you said they gave up. I thought you said they gave up 125 to the Knicks and won. I was like, okay, I need an explanation as to how that happened and why Tibbs hasn't like thrown 7 guys off the team after that. Though the Knicks have been struggling lately. Like they've fallen back a little bit.
Knicks State got to get it together, baby. Come on, man.
I wonder what's more difficult, and we have to ask this question because we have no idea what it's like on the other end. We've seen the Kings play at a frantic, high scoring rate. You know, with Dave Yeager, we've seen him do it a couple of times this year as well. What do you think? And we've seen them not be able to sustain it for an entire season. What do you think is more difficult? Sustaining that for an entire season, or the way the New York Knicks play for an entire season?
I think it'd be scoring.
Because the Knicks don't have the talent that the Lakers do. And those, for a long time, and I haven't checked recently, those were the top two of at least defensive teams in the league.
Yeah, I think it would be the scoring. I think that would be harder. Simply because defense, I just feel like you can bring that every night. I do. I feel like you can bring the defense every night. Scoring, people start game planning for you, start taking things away. You got to adjust. That might be an issue. But the defensive end, like, you can bring that every night. You can defend every single night. So I think it's harder to maintain the scoring.
Just look down at some notes from Jesse, and he's reminding us that this is exactly what we sounded like on Monday.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Can't have nothing nice, dude.
I don't want no problems. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no problems.
Look.
I don't want no problems.
Kings, if y'all get the win tonight, no matter how much stupid stuff you'll do, we'll ignore it. We will only talk pot. It's going to be Friday. We got a job. It's WrestleMania Friday. It's WrestleMania weekend. If y'all get the win, we won't even, if y'all start slow, we won't even point it out. We'll ignore it. We'll pretend it didn't happen. We will only talk positives if y'all could just not lose to the Detroit Pistons tonight.
See, we need a beat behind that, not like a old school R&B. Sound like you were begging. You know what I mean?
Like a little Key Sweat. Yeah.
Oh, Kings, if you just give us this win.
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
Now you're making it sound. Yeah, it does sound like it does sound like a Key Sweat record. I ain't gonna lie about that. It does.
Kings.
Yikes.
That was a little Key
You
Sweat.
want to explain? Are you sure that that's what that was?
Yeah,
it was something. I don't know if I.
Kings. Oh yeah. Kings.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
that ain't
yeah.
it. No. Wow. I apologize to everybody listening or watching. I sincerely. I mean, I could.
What time is it?
I could. Yeah, I think we were Damon Radowinkowski or. Here's what we're asking.
Oh yeah.
Just get the win. That's it. We don't need anything else.
Oh yeah, we need it.
We don't care how sloppy you come out. We don't care if you're flat.
No, we don't.
We don't care if you turn the ball over 20 times.
Oh.
Just finish with more points than the Detroit Pistons.
You got to finish this one.
Give us something to talk about tomorrow.
We need to talk about a win.
We do.
Oh, yeah, baby.
By the way, here's Johnny Gill.
On your red dress.
All right. I really just wanted to hit the post. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to hit the post right there. Probably gonna get pulled off YouTube. Can't play that. Wow. I don't care how low it was. You can't play it.
I'll tell you like this though, Damian. If they win, we might have to beg before every game.
Bro, that will be a segment. We'll throw an old school R&B song on and start begging if it gets the job done tonight. And isn't that the shame? We're talking about the worst team in the Eastern Conference. Bro, they got 15 wins. 15 wins. We're talking about, man, Mason Plumlee. I sure hope we're not talking about Giannis. We're not talking about Steph. We're not even talking about Trae Young. We're freaking talking about Mason Plumlee. We're talking about Sadiq Bey. And every Kings fan legitimately nervous about this.
Oh, yeah.
Legitimately concerned. Sadiq Bey. Oh, man. Can you imagine Sadiq Bey?
20 plus.
Josh Jackson had 14 the last time these two played. And you all know Jeremy Grant scored 30. Somebody gonna make up for it. It's not like they're gonna be quiet.
No.
Somebody gonna make up for it.
Somebody's getting that. And whether it's one person or two people combined, somebody's getting that 30. Now, let's tell you why the Kings are winning.
It's the best part of every game day. It is Kenny's Keys to a Kings victory, hopefully soon to be brought to you by somebody. We don't know who. If you want to sponsor Kenny Keys to a King's victory,
it's out
reach
there.
out to Justine. I don't know how to get a hold of Justine or what number to give you. Just search it. You can find it. Justine at Odyssey. You got it. We'll get it done that way. Yeah, just search it. You'll find it. Search how to sponsor Kenny's Keys to a King's victory. Put it in Google. Ask Siri. Tell her what she thinks. But it's the best part of every single game. It's simple as this. Clip this. Send it to Luke Walton. He just needs to go to the press conference and says, look, this is what Kenny Caraway said to do. This is going to amount to us getting a victory. KC, how can the Sacramento Kings be the worst team in the Eastern Conference right now? Kenny, how can the Sacramento Kings beat a team that is 15-36 right now?
Man, come on. First of all, they didn't listen to me on Monday. They went 0 for 3.
Of course they did.
On Monday. That helped them get the loss there. 0 for 3. That's not going to get it done. I need the Kings to hit all 3 of these joints right here. And we could do this. So first thing I need is I need Tyrese to bounce back. I need my man Tyrese to bounce back. 9 points, 2 assists in 33 minutes on Monday night. That's not Tyrese-like. That's not what my guy Halliburton, a.k.a. Little Magic, that's not what he does. I need him to bounce back. I need to see him at his averages or better. 13 points per game, 5 assists. I want to see that. I want to see the averages or better for Tyrese. If he can give us that, he's winning. A little bonus right here. I want him to outplay Sadiq Bey. I see you, Leezy. Okay. Outplay Sadiq Bey.
Okay.
Number 2, the Pistons will serve it up. I need the Kings to finish their breakfast. All right. Opponents shoot 47% from the field against the Pistons. That's 27th worst in the league. We talked about it a little bit earlier with Deuce Mo and how many times did the Kings lost games where they shot 50% or more. If they shoot 50% tonight, it won't be a loss. They'll win. I need them to shoot 50+% or more. 50% or more. You get what I'm saying? From the field tonight, and they'll get that win.
Kings have lost 9 games shooting at least 50% this season.
That's terrible. Won't happen tonight.
9 times.
If they do it tonight, it won't be one of those games. I'll tell you that right there. Last 3, you know what I like. Make it rain and work it out. All right. 21%. That's what the Kings shot last time these two teams played. They were 7 of 32 from 3. They shot 21% from 3. That may have a little bit to do with why that game was so close. If they can get 35% or better tonight from the 3-point line, they'll handle business, and they'll handle business in a big way if they could do that. All right?
Oh,
I need them to do that. So, Tyrese, I need you to be above your averages. I need the Kings to shoot 50% from the field or better, and I need them to shoot 35% or better from beyond the arc. They do that, and we're going to be happen. We're gonna be like Gip Goodfellas all day tomorrow.
And you know what, the truth, breaking a 4-game losing streak will never feel so good. Because you just also have this, like, is this 4 going to turn into 5? Because if it turns into 5, it might turn into 6. If it turns into 6, what does that game on Monday even mean if we're at 6 games? So they're getting it done tonight because they don't want to let all of us down. That's what it is.
Real quick before we get out of here, opening night tonight in LYB. Reese and the A's, do your thing, man. Get this win.
Okay. Do we got Reese's keys to a Kings victory?
Hit a bomb. That's his key to a victory.
We'll call those Reese's Pieces. Know that. Gonna guess that's copyrighted. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. It appears that might not matter today, is that feature seems to be going a little haywire.
That was wild.
But head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and make sure you subscribe to our channel. We're approaching 500 subscribers, which we're absolutely thrilled about. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. If you want to check out the podcast, you can here on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever that may be. And know that we will be back here with you tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Oh, that was fun.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun stuff. That was some good stuff, baby.
Oh man.
Yes, indeed. Are the Kings Eastern road trips over? Oh, they got Pacers in there. They got a 7:30 game. Who was that against? Oh, the Lakers.
They got to go to Indiana still.
Man, the season's next week. It'll be.
And they got 20 games left.
Yeah, it'll be over in a month. That's crazy. There's a month left in the season. There's still 20 games to be played.
That's a lot of games.
Dude, that's wild.
Typically, it's like what, about 13 games in a month?
Yeah, there's a stretch here though. This is pretty impressive. There's a stretch here where they have this stretch here where they got we outlined it through the Pelicans, the Wizards. They've got the Suns on Thursday. Then they'll have Friday and Saturday off. Then they got a game on Sunday against the Mavericks. They got back-to-back games against the Wolves on Tuesday and Wednesday here. And then they're off Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Yeah, they don't put a Golden State till Sunday.
And then they got another back-to-back. And then the games come kind of feverishly after that. But 3 days off in a row.
Wow. I didn't think I'd see that this year.
I definitely didn't think I'd see that. Oh man. Wait, Ramsey, what are you doing, Ramsey? Are you driving? Are you in the passenger seat? Aren't you wine tasting?
Getting chauffeured.
Oh, there you go. Get that limo.
Yeah, man.
Get that limo ride.
Limousine riding.
Manny wrote something in here that I didn't want to put it on the screen because I thought it would have made you laugh. Where's Manny? Matt had Kenny's Keys brought to you by Draymond Green Hall of Fame Committee.
I got to listen to that podcast.
It's all right. I feel like they try to dispel everything that happened while acknowledging everything happened. Like everything that we'd read. This is what I was saying. His lyrics to Mr. Telephone Man. That's what it was.
That's a good one.
I think Leezy had it. Yep, here we go. Kenny's Keys brought to you by Starbucks. Have a white mocha on us.
Oh, yeah. You know I love my white chocolate mochas. Yeah. Cut back those, though. All white chocolate mocha. Extra pump white chocolate.
I think YouTube found out I was recruiting John to get all of the likes, and they've suspended our thumbs up. I've never seen that before. That was going a little crazy.
That is a trip.
Maybe they'll all return later or something. Maybe they just went on. Maybe they went on break. Maybe they went on a smoke break, and they'll be back. They'll be back later. And sell a 55-ounce white. Oh, I see what you did there. Open up a coffee shop and sell a 55-ounce white chocolate mocha.
I like that. I should take that idea.
Kings fans all over the region dying of diabetes. To 55-ounce mocha. I mean, I'm not saying, I didn't say it, but I'm saying, I'm just, hey, you got, I mean, could be my man's. Could be my man's. He thought this show was a little too for the culture. Someone explained for the culture to him, and he was like, oh, no. Oh, no. I'm not trying to save you, Housen. When I was broke, you wasn't brown. No. All right. We'll be starting a whole new show tomorrow at 4:00. I don't know what that show is going to look like. We're going to have some fun here, and it's just going to be for people on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, we're going to have a good time. I don't even know how long we'll be here, but we'll have a good time.
Either. Be here for 10 minutes, be here for an hour, be here for 2 hours. Who knows? As long as we're having fun, man, we'll keep doing it. But we're going to be talking wrestling tomorrow at 4:00. So
tomorrow, Giants home opener.
Okay.
I love Giants home openers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume they got fans there. It's outdoors.
They will have fans there, yeah.
The wind will just kill the...
No, the Angels did. I was about to say the first and the A's. Yeah, no, not the first. I'm about to say first, like fans in attendance in California, yeah. But the A's and the Angels did.
Yeah. Yeah, Ken was at that A's game when you said it was that place was dull.
He was at the Angels game?
And Rudolph, yeah, he was there. Yeah. That's it. He loves the Angels. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, that place, yeah. It's not bad. It's actually like you get in, you get out. Big deal. Look who's back.
See, I think people. I know it. I'm not excited for WrestleMania either, but I wasn't excited last year. But I did put it on, and I was very happy with the. I forgot what they call the Boneyard match.
Yeah,
I thought the Boneyard match was really good. I thought obviously the Firefly Funhouse thing was not the match, but the skit was good.
So the question is, are they going to go back down that well again? And how do you do that with a stadium full of fans?
Yeah, that's a good. I don't think they're doing it this year because I don't think they're. Well, if you did it, the match you would do it with is Randy and Bray.
Yeah. But it's like, so somebody brought up the point, like, so you're just going to have 30,000 people like watching the screen.
I mean, they've done it before, like with like the Boiler Room Brawl. It was that was before that was 96. That was before like big. If you go back and watch the Boiler Room Brawl, you'll see them wheel out like the projectors. So you have the one screen above, and I think it was in Cleveland, but I'm not sure. But for people in like the front row who aren't doing like that, they rolled out like the little teacher cart with the TV on it, and the front friends in the front row could watch it.
Yeah, I guess they could do it again though.
Yeah, I mean that's what it would be. I don't know what that would look like at Raymond James Stadium, but you could obviously pull it off in Dallas.
Murph sent the picture on Twitter of the setup.
Stadium working. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll be anxious. The Hall of Fame thing was in the Thunderdome. I saw Bischoff and Kane. That's all I saw.
I gotta see that. You know what I watched yesterday with the youngin? Young Rock.
Oh yeah, I'll probably.
We're about 6 episodes in.
I was gonna say I'll get on that tonight, but I won't. That'll have to wait till because we got the game tonight and meetings and all that stuff.
It is what it is. It's not as bad as when I first watched. It's not. It's just a show.
I don't mind spending 20 minutes watching it.
Yeah, it's just a show.
I just walk away from it going, I support The Rock at all cost. And that's it. Aceberg, explain to me what a European gigolo looks like and why you're familiar with it. I need answers. I need some answers.
Oh man.
There are no bad shows when it comes to The Rock. That's for sure.
Yeah, I gotta make the connection. I gotta make the introduction between my man Ace and Damian Barley.
Yeah, Ace, come hang out tomorrow.
The two guys that know more about wrestling than that I know.
We'll do a live. We can just talk WrestleMania's past. Like we can talk about anything.
That seems
I
to
love
be
talking
what
about
wrestling. WrestleMania comes around. Like you look back.
Yeah,
Damian, I got a homework assignment for you.
Okay,
I'll do it too. The top 5 WrestleMania all time.
Okay, complete shows.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Or it doesn't have to have any kind of criteria. Just your top 5 WrestleManias of all time.
Okay. And then, have we done favorite WrestleMania match yet?
No, I don't think so. We'll do that too.
All right. Everybody else who's going to hang out tomorrow. And where the hell is Roddy? Tell Roddy's punk ass to get back here. Tell Roddy he's not getting out of this tomorrow. He's probably going to jump in. Oh, I went to get a steak sandwich or something like that. Get your butt back in here, Roddy. Someone tell Roddy you better be here tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I'm going to spam Roddy's Twitter account.
Roddy really got up out of here for the week.
He was like, okay. He was like, just in case they talk wrestling, I'm getting out of here.
I'll be back next week.
Yeah, I'll let y'all. All right. I gotta record that written for me McQueen commercial.
That's gonna be lit.
I'm gonna read it just like that and send it to Danny.
Gin and juice.
Yeah. I'll be sipping on a gin and juice with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin.
Nolan Arenado in his home debut at St. Louis or Busch Stadium, excuse me, just hit a 2-run home run to break a 1-1 tie in the 8th. And the crowd goes wild. How did the Cardinals get Nolan Arenado?
I don't know, man. But I feel like we should get out of here because no, look at there's that, and then there's this, and then there's this. I can't deal with y'all. Y'all are too much.
Where y'all even come from?
Y'all are too
how you
much.
Even think about that? Oh, come on, Kyle.
You say you got Nolan on the squad. Are you a fantasy baseball player? Dude, fantasy baseball players, y'all are next level.
Yeah,
appreciate you, T Green. Appreciate you, baby.
Joe Burton would say that is nasty,
man,
to be a fantasy baseball player. Jeez.
Oh, man. Okay. All right.
No, Ramsey, yes, I know how they got him. I'm like, I know how they literally acquired him. I'm saying, how did that happen? Mm-hmm. How did they let that happen? It's craziness.
Did you turn in your timesheet? Been staring at this timesheet email for 20 minutes. We really need to get
mine's blank. Mine's blank.
Oh, I would never get paid if she didn't send out those emails. All right, guys, we got stuff to do. We got to get paid. We love y'all.
Yeah, man. I got a baseball game to go to too, man.
Okay, go get to that baseball game, man, and we'll see you here tomorrow, win or lose.
We'll be here.
We'll be here, man. Love y'all. Appreciate it.